Oh, fuck!
Oh, fuck. Ooh!
I know it's not gonna be.
By painful memories.
But I have to play strong.
That makes me emotional.
That was not easy.
Margaret, for crying out loud, just come drink your tea and stop running around. Yeah, that's probably good. Oh my god.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again.
Oh! We didn't die! Oh! Oh my god!
Who was the Hello peoples, how are we doing tonight? Let me put on some like music just to have like a little background over here, you know. Give me a sec. Lo-fi streamer music. I know there's like a right for here. Okay, here we go. All right, how are we tonight? I hope that you're doing amazing. Tonight we are here for our I was gonna say very first, but no, we've done it last week. For our second Cultify Sundayz, welcome. Cultify Sundayz, as you may know or may not know, is our weekly just chatting stream where we talk about conspiracies, cults, and other claims of the paranormal or related to fringe science and all that sort of stuff. Sometimes we may cover stuff, you know, related to true crime, various mysteries or myths, stuff like that. And this week we are covering the moon landing conspiracies. So if you are unaware of such conspiracies, or if you're someone who is into, you know, space talk and stuff like that, this might very be the episode for you, because we will talk about space, we will talk about the moon, we will talk about the space race, we're going to talk about NASA and a bunch of other stuff related to those conspiracies, because we need to kind of like go over a lot of different things and not just the conspiracies themselves, because conspiracies are born out of a lot of elements, and we need to you know, go into all of these elements so that we have a good picture of what we're actually presented with. So we're gonna go into that together. Basically, you know, I don't know that much about the moon landing conspiracies. We're gonna discover them together and kind of like try to figure out, do we think, you know, that these conspiracies have some validity to them, or do we think that it's all just BS and people are just too bored and want to invent stuff, you know, because they are against, you know, NASA or the government or whatever. So to me, this is all pretty interesting. I mean, we're gonna see, right? So let's jump right into it. I mean, I'm going to stop the music because I think that this is gonna be more useful here. Okay, so here's how I've kind of like prepared the stream. Okay, so basically we're gonna be visiting a couple of different links and a couple of different like websites, and I have some videos lined up as well. We're probably gonna watch other ones, but basically we're gonna go into a couple of different areas of these conspiracies, right? Because obviously when it comes to conspiracies, like I said, they don't just get born out of one thing. Usually there is a lot of context as to why people believe these things and why, you know, there are actual conspiracy theories being developed out of certain events or certain people or whatever, right? So the first thing that we need to understand is, first of all, what is NASA? Because I think that's an important thing to figure out. Hey, Chris Thompson, how are you? I'm good. Thank you for asking. Welcome to Cultify Sundayz. I might put like a tiny, like little music, like not too loud, just to have like a, you know, a little something, something. Okay. Okay, here we go. So it's important to understand, right, that the like The reason why a lot of people think that the moon landing was faked is based out of the distrust of the government and a distrust of the establishment and a distrust of NASA itself. You know, there probably would not be these types of conspiracies if people trusted NASA and if people, you know, thought that NASA was great and awesome, right? And most people do, by the way, but people who do believe in these conspiracies do not trust NASA. I saw you in Monteezy's stream. Oh, there you go. How is Monteezy's doing, by the way? I saw she was playing Phasmophobia last night. I hope she didn't do any nightmares. So, okay, so first of all, let's kind of like go into what is NASA, what do they do, and let's start there. And then we're going to talk about the space race, because that's an extremely point of relevancy into this subject, because the space race was something that was a very big point of competition between Russia and the US in the Cold War. So that's something that we need to talk about to kind of like understand again why people think that perhaps the moon landing was something that was faked, because obviously a conspiracy doesn't really make much sense when there's no motive behind it, right? Like the moon was fake, like, okay, but why? You know, why would they do that? So that's something that we need to understand first before going into like the images and the videos, you know, that people have and the theories as to what the material is and like why, like in the photos and videos that we see, like what was faked and like why this looks fake and blah blah blah. Before going into that, we need to understand like, okay, but why would they fake the moon landing, right? So we need to go into that and try to keep an open mind. By the way, I'm very skeptic. I do not think that the moon landing was faked. I just want to be super upfront about that. I do not think it was faked, and I have seen a lot of, you know, debunking videos about it. So I'm going into this with a preconception of the idea that no, the moon landing was not faked, and these conspiracies are false. However, you know, I haven't dug into it that much. So like, that's what we're going to be doing today, because perhaps I missed some elements. Perhaps there are some arguments that I haven't heard of. So I'm going into this with an open mind, and we'll see how we feel at the end of the stream. Perhaps we're going to have more questions unanswered than answered. Who knows? Monteezy is the best. She's one of my good friends, one of the nicest. She's so beautiful. Officially, her name is Montana, and she plays Minecraft very well too. Oh, that's cool. I saw her playing Minecraft too. I used to play Minecraft quite a bit, but then I completely stopped. I completely stopped. All right, so what is NASA? So I went onto the history website, because they basically explain how NASA was born and why, and I think it's a good all over place to be. So on July 29, 1958, so again, during the Cold War, NASA was created. The US Congress passes legislation establishing the National Aeronautic and Space Administration. That's where the NASA acronym comes from, a civilian agency responsible for coordinating America's activities in space on July 29, 1958. NASA has since sponsored space expeditions, both human and mechanical, that have yielded vital information about the solar system and the universe. It has also launched numerous Earth-orbiting satellites that have been instrumental in everything from weather forecasting to navigation to global communication. So that's really important, right? NASA isn't just about, you know, looking for planets or, you know, going to the moon or going to Mars, right? It has a really vital role into technology that as we know it today. So that's something that we need to understand, is that NASA is a very active organization. A lot of people sometimes when we talk about NASA or whatever, think that NASA is really just about like exploring space or like exploring planets or whatever. There is that, but NASA on a yearly basis does a lot of different things for the world. And NASA was created in response to so that's something that's going to be very key, very key to the whole conspiracy, okay? NASA was created in response to the Soviet Union's October 4, 1957 launch of its first satellite, Sputnik 1. The 183-pound basketball-sized satellite orbited the Earth in 98 minutes. The Sputnik launch caught Americans by surprise and sparked fears that the Soviets might also be capable of sending missiles with nuclear weapons from Europe to America. The United States prided itself on being at the forefront of technology, and, embarrassed, immediately began developing a response, signaling the start of the US versus Soviet space race. So that's something that's very, very key to what we're going to be talking about tonight. And we're going to go into that a bit later. On November 3rd, 1957, the Soviets launched Sputnik 2, which carried a dog named Laika. That's a cool story, actually, too. We can get into that. In December, America attempted to launch a satellite of its own called Vanguard, but it exploded shortly after takeoff. That happened a lot, by the way. That's why a lot of these missions are very dangerous when they contain actual, human lives and animal lives. Because I believe that most people, if we Google it, I think there are about 20 people who died in space missions, and most of them died they haven't reached space yet. Lives lost in space, there's not that much, there's like 20 or something. Result in human fatality or near fatality during flight or training for crewed space mission. A total of 18 people have lost their lives either while in space or in preparation for a space mission. Yeah, exactly. In 4 separate incidents. Yeah, there you go. So, to come back to here. In December, America attempted to launch a satellite of its own called Vanguard, but it exploded shortly after takeoff. On January 31st, 1958, things went better with Explorer 1, but the first US satellite to successfully orbit the Earth. In July of that year, Congress passed legislation officially establishing NASA from the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics and other government agencies, and confirming the country's commitment to winning the space race. In May 1961, President John F. Kennedy declared that America should put a man on the moon by the end of the decade. On July 20th, 1969, NASA's Apollo 11 mission achieved that goal and made history when astronaut Neil Armstrong became the first person to set foot on the moon, famously declaring, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind." Okay. NASA has continued to make great advances in space exploration since the first moonwalk, including playing a major part in the construction of the International Space Station. The agency has also suffered tragic setbacks, however, such as the disaster that killed the crews of the Challenger Space Shuttle in 1986 and the Columbia Space Shuttle in 2003. So that's one thing, right? And one thing here that we need to keep in mind, and I might touch on it later on, is a lot of people ask when talking about the moon landing is, why did they not try again? Like, why were they able to set foot on the moon in 69, but they're not able to do it now with like all the technology that we have? So there's a lot of aspect to that, right? There's money. It costs a lot of money to do these things. And also, and there's like other priorities, let's say. And also, there's been loss of life in attempting to reach space with human life. So it's very dangerous. Like, you can't just, try this, like do a trial and error thing, right? It's like, you don't want to kill people doing that because then nobody is going to want to do it. So they need to be very careful. And so there are some reasons as to why, people don't try to go to the moon again. And it's not that they don't try, it's just that it takes a long time. And we'll look into why in a second, because that is one part of the conspiracy. Is why would they be able to reach the moon, like, oh, mysteriously during the Cold War, during the space race between the US and the Soviet Union, they were able to reach the moon, but then afterwards, after we won the space war, like, oh, can't reach the moon anymore. That is one question that we need to get into, and we'll get into it. So, second thing to talk about, which is going to be a vital element of this thing, is the space race. So, the space race, like I said earlier, happened during the Cold War. The Cold War, which is the period after World War II. And I guess they'll talk about it here. After World War II drew to a close in the mid to 20th century, a new conflict began, known as the Cold War. This battle pitted the world two great powers, the democratic capitalist United States and the communist Soviet Union against each other. So, Soviet Union, United States, after World War II, were at war against each other at various level and for various reasons, including the space race. Beginning in the late 1950s, space would become another dramatic arena for this competition, as each side sought to prove the superiority of its technology, its military firepower, and by extension, its political economic system. Causes of the space race. Okay, again, important things that... So before we even get into any of the conspiracies, we need to understand this, and we need to understand why we even try to go, you know, on the moon. By the mid-50s, the US-Soviet Cold War had worked its way into the fabric of everyday life in both countries, fueled by the arms race. Hey, SNJ, what's up? Fueled by the arms race and the growing threat of nuclear weapon, wide-ranging espionage and counter-espionage between the two countries. We saw this a lot during the Cold War, you know, and a lot of movies are made based on this conflict. A lot of them, you know, based on, you know, true stories and other who are just, which are like invented. But there is a lot of information that we can find for the Cold War itself. We don't need to get into much details. All that we need to get into is the space war, basically. But the Cold War was a very defining moment for both countries. What range between the countries, war in Korea, and a clash of words and ideas carried out in the media. These tensions would continue throughout the space race, exacerbated by such events as the construction of the Berlin Wall in '61, the Cuban Missile Crisis of '62, and the outbreak of war in Southeast Asia. A lot of shit happened, right? After the Second World War. A lot of countries were very alert, and you know, it was kind of like that thing where the Second World War was done, and the Cold War was kind of like this kind of like culture that has set into everyday life, you know, and everybody was kind of like used to having these conflicts, and we've seen a lot of these conflicts kind of like just lingering, you know, throughout the decade following, you know, World War II, as we've seen for the US and the Soviet the Soviet Union and the US at that time. Oh, here a little fun fact. Did you know after Apollo 11 landed on the moon surface in July 69, 6 more Apollo missions followed by the end of 72? Arguably the most famous was Apollo 13, whose crew managed to survive an explosion of the oxygen tank in their spacecraft service module on the way to the moon. We can probably look into that afterwards, actually. That's interesting. There's been movies about that as well. Space exploration served as another dramatic arena of the Cold War for Cold War competition. On October 4th, 1957, a Soviet R-7 intercontinental ballistic missile launched Sputnik. Yeah. And that's something that surprised the US, right? The space war at that point was like, oh shit, like we need to get our shit together, because like, oh shit. The world's first artificial satellite and the first man-made object to be placed onto the Earth's orbit. So that was a huge leap for the space race, and the US at that point was like, holy crap, like we need to, you know, we need to catch up, because this is huge. This was huge. Sputnik's launch came as a surprise and not a pleasant one to most Americans. Yeah. In the United States, yeah, space was seen as the next frontier, as a logical extension of the grand American tradition of exploration, and it was crucial not to lose too much ground to the Soviets. In addition, this demonstration of the overwhelming power of the R-7 missile, seemingly capable of delivering a nuclear warhead into US airspace, made gathering intelligence about Soviet military activities particularly urgent. There was a lot of espionage during that time. So at that point, NASA, hello! In 1958, the US launched its own satellite Explorer 1, designed by the US Army under the direction of rocket scientist Werner von Braun. That same year, President Dwight D. Eisenhower signed a public order creating NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Fun fact, I went to a pub quiz a couple of years ago, and they were asking what the acronym for NASA was, and people were so wrong. People were saying stuff like National, what was it? National, like, Airspace Agency. Not another space agency. Exactly. A federal agency dedicated to space exploration. Eisenhower also created 2 national security-oriented space programs that would operate simultaneously with NASA's program. The first, spearheaded by the US Air Force, dedicated itself to exploiting the military potential of space. The second, led by the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, the Air Force, and a new organization called the National Reconnaissance Office, the existence of which is kept classified until the early 90s. Was codenamed Corona. Oh no, Corona. Woo! Foreshadowing. It would use orbiting satellites to gather intelligence on the Soviet Union and its ally. Okay. So none of this is much surprise. Like I said, during the Cold War, Soviet Union and the US were pretty much kind of like at each other, trying to win the space race, let's say, because obviously power in space meant a great deal at that point, and still does to this day, by the way. But at that point, it's like there was not much happening in space before that point, obviously those who would make the most progress would gain international, basically, international press and international support, obviously, because it was huge. Like, to go in space was huge, and to send even human to non-human stuff into space was huge. It was a big area that people were kind of like fighting against each other, and the 2 biggest competitors, let's say, was the US and the Soviet Union. Space race heats up. Men and chimps orbit the Earth. In 1959, the Soviet, I know that the Soviets, I believe, sent a dog. I think I'm right, but I'm not 100% sure. We'll check it out. In 1959, the Soviet space program took another step forward with the launch of Luna 2, the first space probe to hit the moon. In April of 61, the Soviet cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin became the first person to orbit Earth, traveling in the capsule-like spacecraft Vostok 1. For the US effort to send a man into space, dubbed Project Mercury, NASA engineers designed a smaller cone-shaped capsule far lighter than Vostok. They tested the craft with chimpanzees. RIP chimpanzees. And held a final test flight in March of 61 before the Soviets were able to pull ahead with Gagarin launch. On May 5th, astronaut Alan Shepard became the first American in space, though not in orbit. Later that May, President John F. Kennedy made the bold public statement that the US would land a man on the moon before the end of the decade. And that's something, again, that we need to remember, because, well, the moon landing happened in 69. So, I mean, that's like a nice little timing, right? It's like, whew, we got flush, flush of the decade, we did it, And a lot of people are skeptical of, like, that happening. So that's just an interesting little thing. And why would he make that bold claim of, like, how would you know, John F. Kennedy, that, like, we would land on the moon? Like, what do you mean? Like, nobody's ever gone on the moon. So it is a bold claim. And a lot of people think that the claim was bold and public because it was all a hoax. In February of 62, John Glenn became the first American to orbit the Earth, and by the end of that year, the foundations of NASA Lunar Landing Program, dubbed Project Apollo, were in place. Okay, who won the space race? By landing on the moon, the United States effectively won the space race and had begun with Sputnik's that had begun with Sputnik's launch in '57. For their part, the Soviets made 4 failed attempts to launch a lunar landing craft between '69 and '72, including a spectacular launch pad explosion in July '69. From beginning to end, the American public's attention was captivated by the space race, and the various development by the Soviets and US space programs were heavily covered in the national media. This frenzy of interest was further encouraged by the new medium of television, obviously. Astronauts came to be seen as the ultimate American heroes, and earthbound men and women seemed to enjoy living vicariously through them. Soviets, in turn, were pictured as the ultimate villains with their massive, relentless effort to surpass America and prove the power of the communist system. Okay. I'd like to know what killed the space enthusiasm for so long. You mean before that or after that? Because, so that's one thing, right? With television, and that's a really good point that they kind of like glossed over, is that before the arrival of television, it's like the impact of covering space exploration is not as good on paper than it is on freaking TV. Like on live TV, that's amazing to watch. After that, oh, we'll go into that after that, because the it is one of the bases as to why some of these conspiracies are still alive to that day, is because a lot of people are asking, well, if they went on the moon in '69 when, you know, admittedly technology was not as good as like today, and like and science was not, you know, as advanced as like today, like why were they able to send men on the moon in '69 but then were never able to after that? And we will go into this because there are some answers that are available for that, because I did also look into it in surface, and obviously there's the question of money, there's a question of human life, because there have been astronauts who lost their lives after that, and obviously you can't really gamble with human life in these sort of things, especially because the expertise is so limited when it comes to space exploration. Let's say it's not like, you know, you have astronauts, you know, left and right. So there's a lot that goes into that question, but we will get into that, because it is one of the big question that kind of like validates some of those conspiracy theories, on top of the space race motivation. And because, like I said earlier, before even going into the actual conspiracies themselves, we need to understand what motivated the moon landing to begin with, and what was the climate at that moment, because like a conspiracy without context and without motive, to me, is not a very good conspiracy. But in this conspiracy, and the reason why I wanted to look into that one particularly, is that there is a lot of context as to why those conspiracies have an interesting validity to them, because there are valid questions as to, you know, what happened there, and like why it happened then and why it didn't happen after, and like, you know, so it's an interesting one that is definitely a bit more realistic, let's say, than flat earth. For example, you know, like, to me at least, faking the moon landing is more believable than the entire world agreeing on a like cross countries conspiracy, a hoax of saying that the earth was round. You know, like, to me, the moon landing conspiracies are a bit more realistic, let's say, than other conspiracies that I've seen. So I was thinking we could probably watch Buzz Aldrin go on the moon, because I think that's an interesting footage. It's actually really cool to watch, and we can watch a couple of footage, we can watch some photos, but I did want to look at that together.
You're on. You've got 3 more steps and then a long one. Okay, I'm gonna leave that 1 foot up there and both hands down to about the 4th rung up. There you go. Okay, now I think I'll do the same. Little more. About another inch. There, you got it? good step. Yep. About a 3-footer.
Oh, there's no captions.
Beautiful view. Isn't that something? Magnificent sight out here. Magnificent desolation.
Like, imagine being at that time and seeing that on television. To me, that's amazing. Oh no, my captioner was not open. Oh, I'm so sorry. But yeah, imagine being at that time, right? And watching TV and like watching that happen like live. Like this would be, I would lose my shit. I would be like, oh my, I would be crying probably. Like I'm sure some people were crying. At that point, like every little boy, you know, and their neighbors wanted to be an astronaut. Like it was the ultimate American dream was to be an astronaut. And not just American, anywhere. I lost it seeing the rover on Mars this week. Yeah, me too. That was so cool. That was so cool. Okay, so, oh, there are some photos that we can look into, I guess. That makes sense. So, this is the Sputnik. The Soviet Union launched the first Sputnik satellite on October 4th, 1957, ushering in the age of space exploration and kicking off an intense space race with the United States. So this is the bold speech that John F. Kennedy delivered, you know, basically promising American citizens that we would land on the moon. I'm saying we as if I was an American, that they would land on the moon before the end of the decade. Powerful stuff. Yuri Gagarin was the astronaut who was the first guy to orbit the Earth. Why do they have like that's so funny. Alan Shepard after first space flight. On May 5th, 61, 3 weeks after Gagarin orbit, the United States responded to the Soviet challenge by launching the first American, Alan Shepard, into space. Alan Shepard's medal, giving him a medal, cute. John Glenn orbiting the Earth. Astronaut Glenn celebrated, obviously. Man, these photos are so cool. Like, can you imagine being an astronaut and having a photo of you in space? Like, I would put that all over my social media. First spacewalk by U.S. astronaut Edward H. White completed the first spacewalk in U.S. history on June 3rd, 1965. Neil Armstrong in April while training for the Apollo 11 lunar landing mission. We'll go into what Apollo 11 was, and we'll also look into Apollo 13 afterwards, because these two are like the most important ones. Apollo 11 is the one, obviously, that got the U.S. to land on the moon, and Apollo 13 was a very intense mission that did fail, but it was pretty historical, so we'll look into it. Liftoff. Apollo 11, the first mission to land on the moon, blasts off from Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, Florida, 9:32 a.m. on July 16, 69. Buzz Aldrin, astronaut and lunar module pilot Buzz Aldrin stands beside the American flag placed on the surface of the moon during the Apollo 11 mission. So, first thing that we can already debunk, I just want to say, because a lot of people, one of the main piece of evidence that I've seen as to why like the moon landing was like fake, people were saying that the flag was like, because in moon obviously there's no wind, so people said that the flag should have just been, you know, like flat around the pole, like it should have not been in the air like this. But that's like a really silly argument to me. Like, there are other arguments that are more believable than that, because it is very clear that they put a metal rod on here to like make sure that this wouldn't happen, because obviously, like, having your flag on the moon, you know, you don't want it to be like flat over the pole, you want it to be like this. So they put a metal rod on here to ensure that the flag would stay up. So to me, like, that's not one of the arguments that I think is valid at all. Like, people say like, oh, the flag, it's up, like it should be down because there's no wind on the moon. Like, okay, but like there is a freaking rod on here. Like, can you not see it? Like, are you really like cognitive dissonance has gone too far at that point if you cannot see that there is a freaking metal rod on there. So we're just gonna debunk that one right then. Space quarantine. President Nixon's greeted the Apollo 11 astronauts as they sit in quarantine unit after a return from space. Quarantine was fun at that point, can you see? Okay, so that was what is that? That's more footage from the moon landing, or is that like a documentary thing? Okay, it's not real. It's not real footage. Okay. So first, before going into the actual conspiracies, actually, hey Dorian, how are you? We will look into the Apollo 11 mission, and I also want to look into the Apollo 13 mission. Apollo 13 mission, because these two are probably the most memorable for two very different reasons. This one obviously landed us on the moon, so let's just look into it real quick. All right, I guess. How are you, though? I'm pretty good. I'm a little tired, just generally, but I feel like that's my default state of being. So it's not really any new stuff. Okay, and you know what? Let me put like a space like ambience music. Do you think that's a thing? Space celestial music. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Night Voyage. That's kind of cool. It's like space music to help you sleep. Space, playlist. Space soundscapes. I mean, sure, we can just have that. Incognito mode to keep off the conspiracy. Right? Oh, wait, guys. Okay, wait. Be right back. Okay, be right back. I swear it's gonna be worth it. Wait. I'll be right back. Oh, also, wait, before I go back, let me just add a video so you can still hear me. That's fine. I will add just a let me just put that like bigger, and I will just add my be right back video that I wanted to add. Media source. Oh wait, we can have the same one here. Remove. Media source.
Were you even?
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Be right back. They're supposed to be Nutella cookies. And they're supposed to be moist and chewy. Moist and chewy. Excuse me? These look like meatballs. Still frozen. What is this bamboozlement? Oh, brother! I saw what you just did. None. Hey, no. I see one. Oh shit, that was you.
Why?
Oh my god.
You shoot
Oh
me.
my
I
god.
see one. Kill him.
You had the same t-shirt, that confused me.
Who was the one who hated the honey bourbon? Was that you, Bear?
Yeah, it was
Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm too stressed out. Oh no! Oh no! Ah! Oh no! Oh, rude, Margaret. Go drink your tea.
B. They're in B. My thing went
Oh
to
shit.
B.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Holy shit. Oh my god.
Is it here? Oh, oh, fuck!
Oh fuck.
I know it's not gonna
What are
be.
you doing,
By painful memories.
But I have to play strong.
That makes me
you know,
emotional.
and that was not easy.
Margaret, for crying out loud, just come drink your tea and stop running around. Yeah, that's probably good. Oh my god.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again.
Oh, we didn't die. Oh my god.
Who was the one?
Were you even?
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Oh,
They're supposed to be Nutella cookies. And they're supposed to be moist and chewy. Moist and chewy. Okay. So, in order to avoid that's important. Don't laugh. Very important. We need to protect ourselves from... Okay. So, now that we're protected, because we don't want to, you know, become victim of mind control. So now that we're protected, we can look into this safely. It's really important to do that because, you know, we're getting into some deep stuff here, okay? Like, we're gonna be exploring some problematic conspiracies, and we need to ensure that our brains are protected and that the FBI is not gonna come after us, okay? I love you. Okay, we're ready. We're now protected. We are all good. Okay, let's go. So, let's continue. Okay. Let's go on Wiki like real quick. Okay, so Apollo 11 was the space flight that first landed humans on the moon. Commander Neil Armstrong and the lunar module pilot Buzz Aldrin. By the way, Buzz Lightyear in Toy Story, his name is based on Buzz Aldrin because he was an astronaut. Fun fact. Formed the American crew that landed on the Apollo lunar module Eagle on July 20th on 69. Armstrong became the first person to step onto the lunar surface 6 hours and 39 minutes later on July 21st at 2:56 UTC. Aldrin joined him 19 minutes later. They spent about 2.25 hours together outside the spacecraft and collected 47.5 pounds of lunar material to bring back to Earth. Command Module pilot Michael Collins flew the Command Module alone in a lunar orbit while they were on the moon. Armstrong and Aldrin spent about 21 hours 36 minutes on the lunar surface at a site they named Tranquility Base before lifting off to rejoin Columbia lunar orbit. Apollo was launched by Saturn. Fuck. Nod will laugh at me right now. Apollo 11 was launched by a Saturn rocket from Kennedy Space Center on Merritt Island, Florida on July 16 and was the 5th crewed mission of NASA's Apollo program. The Apollo spacecraft had 3 parts: a command module with a cabin for 3 astronauts, the only part that returned to Earth, the service module, which supported the command module with propulsion, electrical power, oxygen. Merritt Island, yeah. Is that where you live? And a lunar module that had 2 stages. Okay. 2 stages. 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 2 sta Yes, no, yeah. The rocket launched on Cape Canaveral, but I think that's the same place. Am I wrong? Wait. Because the Kennedy Space Center. Oh, wait. The Kennedy Space Center, located on Merritt Island, blah blah blah. Located on the east coast of Florida, KSC is adjacent to Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Okay, so they're like right next to each other. The management of the two entities worked very closely together, shared resources, and operated facilities on each other's property. Okay. My grandpa was one of the engineers on the crew for Apollo 11. Ooh, that's so cool, actually. That is really cool. So, I mean, I guess they, like, interchangeably worked together, so... Anywho. On July 16, and it was a fifth... three-part after being sent to the moon by the Saturn V's third stage, the astronauts separated the spacecraft from it and traveled for 3 days until entering lunar orbit. Armstrong and Aldrin then moved into Eagle and landed in the Sea of Tranquility. The astronaut used Eagle's ascent stage to lift off from the lunar surface and rejoin Collins in the command module. They jettisoned Eagle before they performed the maneuvers that propelled Columbia out of the last of its 30 lunar orbits onto trajectory back to the Earth. They returned to Earth and splashed down in the Pacific Ocean on July 24th after more than 8 days in space. Armstrong's first step onto the lunar surface was broadcast on live TV to a worldwide audience. Oh, the video we watched was Buzz Aldrin. We should find the video of the actual thing that was broadcast on TV. I think that would be so cool. He described the event as one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind. Apollo 11 effectively ended the space race and fulfilled a national goal proposed in '61 by President John F. Kennedy before this decade is out. Yeah, so he promised, you know, that we would be landing on the moon before the end of the decade. He worked on a lot of them and was friends with some of the astronauts that were on the rocket that blew up. Gemini 13. Yeah, we're gonna look into Apollo 13 mission because I think that's one that was also very memorable. We're gonna look into it afterwards. The one thing I did want to look into, though, is I want to see the actual live video. Armstrong stepping on the moon. There's probably a video of that. First moon landing. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna close the music real quick. We'll watch that together. Okay, here we go.
2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11. Feet down, 2.5.
Imagine seeing this live.
30 feet, 2.5 down.
Imagine being on the edge of your couch and looking at this.
4 forward, drift into the right level.
Or like in a bar with people
Contact light. Okay, engine
watching the TV in the bar, because not everyone had TVs, obviously, so.
Tranquility base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about.
Man, that is so cool. I love that video.
Thanks a lot. Okay, Neil, we can see you coming down the ladder now. At the foot of the ladder, the lamb footpads are only depressed in the surface about 1 or 2 inches. I'm going to step off the lamb now. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
That is so cool.
I believe it, Charlie.
It's hard to hear what they're saying, right? But
Oh, this is going to be some
Oh, we should have had this opened, I guess, from the beginning. That is so cool.
Ignition. Flat away, Houston. Vector good. We're burning flat. Flat. Looks good, flat.
That is amazing. I love that. I love that video.
Stand by for splashdown. Recovery, America, stable water, let cruise go.
Amazing. Amazing. Okay. So, to come back to what we were saying, so obviously in that crew, we had Neil Armstrong, we had Michael Collins, and we had Buzz Aldrin. And both Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin did walk on the moon and hung out on there for a couple hours. Posted some gold on Conspiracy Discord. Did you? That is amazing. Oh, wait, I need to show you guys this. Oh my god, it's so good. Wait. Oh god, wait. Oh my, wait. Excellent. Oh my god. Oh, that's very good. Thank you. Thank you for joining. Oh my god, I'm crying. Oh, oh wow. Oh, that's amazing. Oh wow. Oh god. Oh, that's amazing. Okay. Yeah, if you haven't joined Discord yet, do join it. It's a nice little corner of the internet. Do join it. Thank you, SNJ, for that. That was great. That was amazing. Oh god. Okay. So, I guess what we could maybe do is we could probably look into the actual conspiracies that we know are still kind of like active. And then we can look into the counter arguments. So we'll first go on the side of the conspiracies, because obviously I want to try to keep an open mind, and I don't want to go into the conspiracies trying to be a know-it-all and like look into the debunking first and then go see the conspiracies. I want to look at the conspiracies first and see what we think. And then afterwards, for the things that perhaps, you know, we're left with some questions, then we can go and dig deeper. Because some conspiracies have been pretty easily debunked, so we won't necessarily dig into them, but there are some of them that, you know, perhaps we can look into. So, 25 space conspiracy that just won't die. Yeah, obviously that's the one that we're gonna look into, actually, but I'm curious to see what else is in there. Because again, like I was saying earlier, a lot of the reasons why there are so many conspiracies related to space. So there's a couple of things, right? There's, you know, the whole thing about aliens, you know, and that comes into that. There is a large, you know, part of the population who, you know, believes in aliens, and not in the normal way, like of thinking like, oh, there's probably life out there. Like, I think, like, for example, my stance on aliens and like extraterrestrial life, to me, is that there's probably other life out there. I don't think that, you know, we're the only life, you know, in space and in the universe that exists. I think that would be a pretty bold claim, actually, to claim that we're the only life that is there. However, how that life exists elsewhere is kind of impossible to really imagine, in the sense that depending on how, you know, it may not even be in our solar system, it might be elsewhere, like who the hell knows, right? But I do think that there's probably life out there somewhere, we just don't know in what form, we don't know where exactly. So it's definitely a very interesting thing to look into. But anyway, so, you know, that's a very big area where a lot of people, you know, spend a lot of time, you know, researching and presenting different, you know, theories, and trying to go back into history and explain certain historical events, you know, and trying to explain them with these like alien influence, not alien influence, but a lot of people think that the aliens, you know, came on the Earth before, and that a lot of the historical events or stuff that happened in the past that are unexplainable because they came from aliens or whatever. A lot of people think that the pyramids were made by the aliens. There's a couple of stuff like that. So there's already a big part of the population who believes in very, you know, let's say sci-fi related stuff, right? In the sense that a lot of people believe in aliens. A lot of people think that Area 51 is full of aliens. A lot of people think that aliens came into the Earth before. So it's definitely not that difficult to convince people like that the moon landing was faked, right? So apparently it was the Apollo 1. What do you mean? What was the Apollo 1? So, you know, there's already a lot of people who are looking into space and aliens and stuff like that. So, like, moon conspiracies is not like a wild claim for people who, you know, think that alien came onto the Earth before. And by the way, I'm not saying that the one that exploded, well, Apollo 13 exploded too, but there might have been other explosions before. It's no worries. So yeah, and like I said earlier, of a lot of conspiracies, like moon landing being a hoax is definitely more believable and more realistic than like flat Earth, like I said earlier. Some people may disagree, but yeah. And by the way, if you do join this stream and you're someone who believes in the fake moon landing conspiracy, do jump in. I am super curious, and like no judgment at all. I'm super curious to know, you know, what are your main arguments as to why the moon landing was faked? And if you have any links that you want to share, like I unlocked the links postage thing, so you can post links if ever you want to. Just make sure that they're appropriate. And I will look into it. Like, I'm super curious. I'm going into this with an open mind. I don't want to, you know, push any judgment onto anyone. I'm just very curious. So let's just put the music back on. Okay. Obviously, 12 NASA astronauts, the Apollo moon landings were faked. Okay, so a total of 12 astronauts walked on the moon during NASA's Apollo missions in the 60s and the 70s. 12 NASA astronauts walked on the moon between 1969 and 72. And the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter has since released new photos of the landing sites. Is that true? I did not know that. We'll look into it. I thought that's a lot. I thought there were. I honestly, genuinely thought that only Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin went on the moon. I did not know that there were people after that. In the decades since Apollo 11 astronauts first set moon on the moon, many theories have been put forward claiming that the whole Apollo program was staged. Why are there no stars in the sky? I mean, that's easily explainable. In the moonwalker's photo, why are the US flag fluttering on space? Why do you see footprints in the pictures? But no marks from the lunar module that landed there. The answers to those questions are simpler than you may think. There are no stars in the sky for the same reasons you don't see stars during the day on Earth. Yeah, well, exactly. The bright glow from daylight on the surface washes them out. US flags planted into the lunar soil had metal rods sewn in them to appear as though they were moving. Without these wires, the flag would have stung straight down, making it for a pretty lackluster photo prop. Exactly. At the lunar module, though heavier, didn't put prominent marks in the surface in some places because their mass was more evenly distributed than astronaut weights was in their boots. Okay, we'll look into that one obviously a bit more, but I'm just curious to see what are the other conspiracies, because again, I think that the fake moon landing is like one of many conspiracies and pretty representative of the like reputation of NASA and the reputation, not the reputation, but the influence of conspiracy theorists in the United States, because it's the main one that people talk about, and it's also the most believable, let's say. So like the moon landing, just to let you know, like I was reading a book called, do I have it here actually? Yes, I have it right here. Oh wait, maybe it's too far. Can I reach it? So I have this book. I really recommend it actually. It is in English. I believe they may have it in French. I'm not sure. So this book I read, it's called wait, maybe I'll just put the screen just to show you for a second. Hey Panini, how are you? So this book is called Conspiracies of Conspiracies: How Delusions Have Overrun America by Thomas Milanconda, and this one is signed by the author, by the way. Just no bragging. I have his signature. So this one goes over a lot of the main conspiracies that you see in America, that are being most talked about in America, and it's actually really interesting. Just to give you a bit of the premise of the book. Conspiracies of Conspiracies is clearly written and deeply researched, a fine-grained account of American conspiracism from the earliest years of the Republic to present day. There is scarcely a manifestation that Conda has omitted, and periods that others have merely sketched out are presented here in a detail that can be found in few other places. So that's what I liked about this book, and I'm not completely done with it, by the way. I still need to finish it. Is that he spends a lot of time going into like details and like areas and conspiracies that we don't talk about that much. Anyways, it's really good, and it's a book that's pretty all over the place. Like it talks about a lot of different things, so you can like read certain parts of it and like skip over some other parts if you're not interested. Like it's a good book that you can read, you know, just you can read for like 20 minutes and then you can stop at a certain area and then come back to it. Like it's not like a story, right? The times being what they are, the subject is Alice, likely to remain of interest for many years to come. And oh wait, I'm not reading the right thing. I'm reading a review. I'm sorry. So here's the premise. I'm just gonna read that real quick. It's tempting to think, oh, actually, you know what? I'm just gonna put it on the screen. It's gonna be easier. Conspiracies of conspiracies. Whoops. Conspiracies. Premise. Book. Okay. Here we go. It's tempting to think that we live in an unprecedentedly fertile age for conspiracy theories, with seemingly each churn of the news cycle bringing fresh manifestation of large-scale paranoia. But the sad fact is that these narratives of suspicion and the delusional psychologies that fuel them have been a constant presence in American life for nearly as long as there's been in America. In this sweeping book, Thomas Milanconda traces the country's obsession with conspiratorial thought from the early days of the Republic to our own anxious moment. Conspiracies of Conspiracies detail centuries of sinister speculation, from anti-Semitism and anti-Catholicism to UFOs and reptilian humanoids, and their often incendiary outcomes. Rather than simply rehashing the surface eccentricities of such theories, Conda draws from his unprecedented assemblage of conspirational writing to crack open the mindsets that lead people towards these self-sealing worlds of denial. What is distinctively American about these theories, he argues, is not simply our country's homegrown obsession with them, but their ongoing prevalence and virulence and virulence, Kunda proves that conspiracy theories are no harmless sideshow. I agree with that, actually. I think that conspiracy theories, while some of them are more harmful than others, I think that the whole concept is harmful to society. But regardless, they are instead the dark and secret heart of American political history, one that is poisoning the bloodstream of an increasingly sick body politic. So, highly recommend this book. You can find it on Amazon. You can find it in your friendly neighborhood librarian, probably. And if he or she does not have it, they can probably order it. It's not like a rare book. It launched in 2019. Anywho, coming back to what we were talking about, let's go back to the other thing. So, Apollo moon landings were faked. NASA is a lie, so that's another thing. Some folks actually believe NASA's whole function is not to explore space, but to generate space-related hoaxes. Again, to come back to what I was saying and why I talked about this book. Thank you, ADHD. So, the moon landing conspiracy, like I said, is probably one of the most believable / realistic one amongst a lot of these American-born conspiracies, only because, I mean, technically speaking, it is more believable than a lot of other conspiracies that you'll see. It's not about, you know, like aliens being on the Earth. It's not about anything that's like kind of like left to your faith or anything like that. It's like basically just trying to deconstruct an event that actually happened, and you know, like it could be possible that the moon landing was fake, like in the sense that it's not that far-fetched to think that the moon landing would be fake, you know, compared to the Earth being flat, for example. So it is a bit of like a, I call it a how do you say that in English? When, for example, when some people will say that weed is like the, not segue drug, but the drug that leads you into other harsher drugs. How do you say that? The gateway. Yeah, exactly. Like, so the fake moon landing is oftentimes a gateway to other conspiracies. A lot of people, for example, who first start to research conspiracies and first start to become interested in that, let's say, oftentimes will start with the moon landing conspiracy because it's one of the most documented one, and it's one of the most kind of like realistic, let's say, conspiracy. And yeah, it is BS that weed is a gateway drug. I do agree. But yeah, so like for a lot of people, the moon landing conspiracies are a bit of a gateway conspiracy. Weed is a gateway drug. I feel like only like WASP moms say that. Am I wrong? Am I wrong though? You know? 1960s boomers. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, NASA's a lie. The Apollo moon landing was a famous example of people who believe this conspiracy, sometimes flagged with the hashtag NASA hoax on social media, will say that amazing space pictures of Mars, Pluto, and even Earth are fake, computer-generated imagery. And again, a lot of those people. So you'll see a lot of overlapping communities that believe in this stuff and think that the Earth is flat, think that the moon landing was fake, believe in aliens, think that Area 51 is full of aliens, and that, you know, we'll go into it a bit later. I don't want to get into too much into the actual conspiracy theorists themselves, because it's not really what I want to do here, because I mean, I don't want to offend again in the sense that I think that there are reasons why people get into that stuff, and I think that like conspiracism in itself is a symptom of other stuff in our society. So I don't want to hammer too much on the actual conspiracy theorists themselves, but just focus on the actual theories, if that makes sense. We can go a bit into the different communities that exist. Like, you know, I'm a huge fan. When I say I'm a huge fan, I don't mean like I love flat Earth, but I'm a huge fan of following, you know, flat Earth conspirationist and I'm a huge like I kind of love them, you know. Like, it's a weird thing to say, you know. It's like I kind of weirdly love them. Gravity is a made-up concept developed by the US government to keep the Apple industry in business. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, shout out to my flat earthers out there. I love you. I love you. I love you. I mean, I'm a globe head. I'm a globe head, but I love you. Nice hat, by the way. Thank you. It's to protect our brain, because, you know, we're going into some spicy stuff in here. I do not want NASA or the FBI or the government to manipulate my brain. I want to stay off the radar, you know. I want to make sure, you know, and we're on incognito mode, you know, so we're protected. We are 100% protected from the FBI because we're on incognito mode, you know. We are professional cyber secure streaming here. So yeah. Ooh, Earth is flat. Okay, I might do a stream, not next week because I want to do Realians next week. SNJ is gonna be happy about that. Next week we're gonna do Realians, but I might do the week after, maybe like in a month or two. I'm gonna go into Flat Earth. But the thing about Flat Earth is that I think I want to do a full day stream of Flat Earth. Like, literally do like an 8-hour stream of like Flat Earth stuff. Like, I think I want to do that because I think it is so huge. It is such a big rabbit hole. Like, 2 hours is not enough. It's not nearly enough to look into Flat Earth. Like, I want to do like an 8-hour stream looking into Flat Earth. Your ISP provider still knows you're looking at this stuff. Yeah, I know. I was kidding. I was kidding. But yeah, Flat Earth is like a whole other thing. We're not gonna touch upon it too much today because I'm just gonna fall into the rabbit hole. Amy's obviously using a VPN. I am not telling you anything. You guys will report me to the FBI. I always forget about those. About Flat Earthers or VPNs. I wish I was sponsored by a VPN. You know, like a bunch of YouTubers and like podcasters are sponsored by ExpressVPN. Sponsor me, ExpressVPN. The FBI has entered that chat. You know what, Panini? Are you an FBI agent? Are you undercover? Tell me, please. By law, you have to tell me. So, anywho, there's a bunch of stuff. Okay, so there, you know, NASA's a lie, Earth is flat, Planet 9 will kill us. I actually don't know about that one. A newly discovered planet could destroy. Excuse me. Can we like? No. In 2016. So that one's debunked. The newspaper was referring to Planet 9, a theoretical planet on the edge of the solar system. Oh, I remember that! Yeah, I remember that. An accompanying video also claimed... Dude, I need to watch this. I'm so sorry. Wait. If you haven't paid your taxes yet, You should hurry up and do them because the IRS will still find you even if the world ends. That's amazing. Okay. Okay, so Apollo 11, you know, Buzz Aldrin, Louis Armstrong hanging out on the moon. Did I say Louis Armstrong? I meant Neil Armstrong. Louis Armstrong is a guy who rides bicycles. So I want to look into, because I actually did not know that he went back on the moon. That's something I actually did not know for some reason. Can I see? Moon after Apollo, blah blah blah, Apollo program. Voyage to the moon. Reminds me, I need to do my taxes. Should I just pay someone to do them? Because I don't want to. So, admittedly, I've always paid someone to do my taxes. I have never tried doing my taxes myself because I don't know. I just always paid someone to do it. And I have like simple taxes too. Like I'm not, for example, someone who's a freelance person or whatever. Like, so I should probably learn to do it. I should probably learn to do it. File your own tax return, it's easy. I know, it's probably super easy, but I don't know. I've always paid the same guy to do it, so since I was like 18. So I'm just like used to paying for it, but and like I don't pay expensive. So wait, let me just open my soundboard, because you don't want to, you know what's the worst is when you want to have a sound and then your soundboard's not open, and then the moment is gone. Okay, here we go. I have my soundboard now. We're ready. We are ready. First moonwalk. Okay, so that's on Apollo 11, right? Return to Earth. What? But wait, how many times did Neil Armstrong go on the moon? The crew of Apollo 17. Three astronauts make the journey from Earth to the moon twice. James Lovell. I'm so confused. Oh, and by landings, maybe they don't mean human landings. Maybe they include the machine landings as well. Well, until 2019, I always could do the 10 whatever easy form, and then 85 was fine, but then I got a job as a waiter, and complicated as fuck. This year I got student loan and unemployment. I don't want to figure it out. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, if you can afford to pay it, just pay it. I guess that's fine. But Panini is a finance geek, so he probably likes to do taxes. Do you like to do taxes, Panini? Because if so, I mean, good for you. I basically sexually identify as a T4. Amazing. Finance and accounting are not the same. Well, so Panini is really into finance, like he's into stonks, and he's into finance. It's finance, okay? What was I looking for? I want to know how many times did freaking Neil Armstrong went on the moon. Is that too difficult? The Apollo 11 even lasted 2.5 hours. To each of the subsequent 5 landings was all loaded. A progressively longer EVA period. Okay, so he on the same. Okay, so he went back on the moon on the same mission. Am I wrong? So cope with the moon, extreme high temperature. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay, I see. So they were okay. I understand. I understand. Anywho, it's not that important. So, let's come back. So I guess we can look into this little video. So I found this little video kind of like just going quickly over the different conspiracies that exist, and we'll basically try to look into what they mention in here.
Small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
More than 50 years ago, men walked on the moon. And it's been almost that long since other men have been claiming it was all faked. In 2002, moon landing denier Bart Sibrel gave astronaut Buzz Aldrin a mouthful of his theories and got a mouthful of fist in return.
I'm not condoning physical violence, but it didn't surprise me, especially since I've known about and even met Buzz Aldrin a couple of times. He's an interesting character.
Wait, what? Wait,
Feinberg,
what?
Buzz Aldrin have been claiming it was all faked. In 2002, moon landing denier Bart Sibrel gave astronaut Buzz Aldrin a mouthful of his theories and got a mouthful of fist in return.
Fuck yeah, bro. I mean, so imagine you're walking on the street and some guy just comes to you and he's like, you're a liar, like NASA's a lie, like you faked the moon landing, like whatever, blah, blah, blah. I would freak out too. I probably would punch a dude. I mean, it's like harassment, like, and also Buzz Aldrin was at a conference. I need to find that video because they like modified the video in such a way that is so annoying. He was asked about the moon landing being faked, and he was talking about the moon landing, or anyways, and someone from the flat earth community like modified the video to make it look like he was saying that the moon landing was fake, but like it was just like a montage. Anyways,
didn't surprise me, especially since I've known about and even met Buzz Aldrin a couple of times. He's an interesting character.
Rick Feinberg is with the American Astronomical Society. He once took part in a public discussion with the man who is considered to be the creator of the moon hoax movement, Bill Kaysing.
At first, I simply thought, he was a fringe conspiracy theorist. When I was on the TV program with him, which was really my first serious exposure.
What's his name? Let's just take a note of it. Wait.
Feinberg is with the American Astronomical Society.
Let's take a note of that.
He once took part in a public discussion with the man who is considered to be the creator of the moon hoax movement, Bill Kaysing.
Bill Kaysing. Okay, I remember hearing about this guy. Let's just remember his name. Bill Kaysing. Let's just Google it to remember. Okay.
At first, I simply...
Wait, what's chat saying? Bold statement. I classify accounting under the finance umbrella. Dorian says, annoying coworker texted me at 30 minutes till 10 p.m. Rudely late, in my opinion, to ask if I wanted to switch shifts with her tomorrow. Why is she always trying to get out of her shift? Like, why have a job if you're forever calling out, missing shift, and asking someone to take your shift? That's annoying. I remember I remember when I was working in retail and stuff like that, I had a colleague like that who would like, we had like a group text chat that we had, and she would always like text like at the very last minute, does someone want to take my shift? Like, I'm sick, or I need to do this, or blah blah blah. It's like, come on. And S&J is now debating with Panini. Finance is knowing economics, making money grow by choosing placement. Accounting is balancing ins and out, knowing rules about what to pay when. Sure, they are close relative, but working in one domain does not same. Yeah, but wouldn't finance be like sort of a big umbrella of accounting in the sense that, you know what I mean? Like, for example, science, like within science, you can be into very different things. But you can say that you're into science. Doesn't mean that you're into everything that science is doing, but like science is a broad term. Finance to me is a broad term, but I may be wrong.
We thought, he was a fringe conspiracy theorist.
All I know for sure is the world is flat. We didn't land on the moon and pay your taxes. Facts. Also, Panini, if you go into the Discord and you go in Conspiracies Cult channel, SNJ posted a photo of him wearing the tinfoil hat. So I would ask you to go into the channel and also post yourself wearing a tinfoil hat. Thank you.
Exposure to what he was maintaining, I realized that he was just raising a bunch of arguments that were easily debunked if you knew science and engineering and something about spaceflight. The problem is that he had worked in the space industry, and so he appeared to have some credibility.
Oh yeah, I
Casey
remember
published a
that
book
guy.
in 1976 called "We Never Went to the Moon," detailing the reasons he thought the moon landing was staged on a
Oh, it's
Hollywood
Bill
movie
Casing,
set.
like that.
Besides
Okay.
having worked in the industry, Feinberg says timing was also on Casing's side.
The lesson that we actually took away in the 70s was, oh my God, the government lies to us. We weren't winning in Vietnam, and Nixon really was a crook.
I was appalled at this senseless, illegal action.
Bill Casing died in 2005.
That makes so much sense though, and that's what I was talking earlier, right? A lot of these conspiracies are a symptom of a lot of different things, and a lot of people who, especially like opportunists, who are eloquent and who are good at, you know, public speaking, and who might be able to like gain some credibility because of where they worked or whatever, may use the overall distrust that people have for the government and NASA and government funded programs to push conspiracies and to make themselves famous, you know, and successful through using that distrust that people have you know, for people in power, right? And that distrust in itself, like with ignoring the conspiracy part of it, that distrust and that like skepticism as to what the government is saying to us is a valid sentiment. It's a valid feeling. Questioning the government to me is 100% valid. It's a valid thing to do. I think that it's fair, and you know, and we've been lied to in the past, so I think that's fair. However, like, there is a certain limit as to what makes sense and to what doesn't, you know. And I think that, you know, being a bit wary or careful as to not believe everything that you're being told on TV is a perfectly sane and normal thing to do. However, you know, going off the deep end, like creating super extreme conspiracies out of that distrust, to me is opportunist. But again, that's how I feel, and I'm a huge skeptic in general. Like, I don't believe in much in life, in the sense that I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe, you know, I'm not religious, and it's just who I am. But I'm not saying that, you know, and that's why I don't want to focus too much on the people creating those theories. But I think Bill Casing is a bit of an exception because he's such a huge name. And he's made a lot of money off of that conspiracy, so I do want to talk about this guy. But again, I don't want to focus on the people themselves too much. I want to focus on the actual claims. Yeah, I'm a huge skeptic in general. Like, that's just who I am. No judgment though. Like, to me, you know, whether we're talking about, does phasmophobia scare you if you don't believe in ghosts? I mean, the idea and the concept of it is spooky. Like, I'm not saying it's not spooky. I'm just saying I don't think it's true. Doesn't mean that, like, I'm immune to jump scares, you know? Like, the concept of it is spooky. Like, I'm gonna give you that. I just don't think it's true. You know what I mean?
His work still lives on in people who insist he was telling the truth.
We are T-minus 18 seconds from liftoff.
In 1978, there was a movie that seemed to be based on his conspiracy theory called Capricorn 1.
There's also, you know, like, on the list of, like, big people who made a lot of money off of conspiracies, there's Bob Lazar. Is that his name? Yeah, Bob Lazar. We'll look into him, too, because this guy is really into UFOs. And he has a lot of bold claims, made a lot of money off of those claims, went on television a lot, and a lot of people actually trust Bob Lazar very much. I think he is a scam, but maybe that's for another episode to go into Bob Lazar.
Hey, what the hell is this?
There's no time to explain. Please follow me.
At the last minute, right before launch, NASA yanked the astronauts from the capsule and didn't let them actually go, and instead took them to a secret TV studio in New Mexico. And then it all comes apart because the spacecraft was launched. It just was launched empty. On the way back into Earth to re-enter, it burned up in the atmosphere. So suddenly you couldn't fake the astronauts' recovery in the ocean, right? Instead, you had to kill them.
Hello, hell, do you read me?
Stanley Kubrick's 1968 movie 2001: A Space Odyssey had some people theorizing that the famed director helped pull off such a hoax because of how realistic his depiction was.
Oh, that's great.
Embrace conspiracy theories because they provide an explanation.
Did you see Tout le monde en parle interview of the guy that recreated a life-size alien and talked about UFOs? That rings a bell. That does ring a bell. That does ring a bell. Can you post that link into Discord? I'm curious because I'm pretty sure I saw it, but I don't remember. I don't remember like the actual interviews, but I feel like I've seen those images. Dorian says, just had to send. I'm fairly certain she's sleeping and also wouldn't be available because she has 3 or 4 jobs to the aforementioned coworker because she asked for other coworker's number. Good on you. Protect that other girl. That freaking blue alien puppet was in my dream for a while after. Wait, I need to check it out. So, by the way, just if you didn't know, like, we have ADHD over here. Like, this is not a well-prepared or a linear stream. We're just chaotic. We're completely chaotic neutral over here. What did you say? Tout le monde en parle? UFO alien. Do you think they have the video of the guy? Do they have that on alien UFO? Is it François Bourbeau? Is it this guy?
Bon, il est malade par la suite.
Oh my god! What is that? Oh lord! Wait, where is it? I lost it! I lost the alien! Fuck, I lost it! I lost it! Where is it? Oh no, where is it? What the fuck? It looks so creepy. My god. Wait.
Comme celui de...
Ouais. T'es dessus. Fait qu'il n'y a pas de choix. À peu près 60.
La fois, j'entends.
Je les ai vus faire un 3. Mais là, puis...
It wasn't far from here. It was like somewhere here.
Puis crée sa coupe.
Dans... Place Hilton Bonaventure. Je n'ai qu'à dire, sans souvenir, il y avait eu le défi.
Oh, I remember the Hilton hotel thing event in the 90s. The UFO thing. Where's the alien? How did I lose it? I like clicked right on it. What is this? Is the FBI hacking into my computer? Trying to prevent me from seeing the alien again? Okay, what's his face? We'll just Google that. Alien. Hey! What's up? Lord. Oh my god. Oh my god. I am sorry. Wait, can I not look at this photo closer? Why can I not look at this photo closer? Come on. That is unacceptable. Unacceptable. I am sorry. How do I... Can I zoom in? Well, I mean, it is a creepy alien. I mean, I'll give you that. It is creepy. 100%. I love it. Anyways, sidetrack. Okay, let's continue.
For mysterious or outlandish things that are happening that seems to fit better with their worldview rather than just a series of crazy accidents.
Hey, this is Houston. We're copying.
But when confronted with people who love a good hoax, he says
that's amazing. Excuse me, but like... I mean... You know? I kind of love him, though. Like, if I'm being 100% honest, I kind of love him. Also, wait. I'm gonna try something, okay? Okay? Bear with me. I'm not gone, I'm right here. Just wait for a second. Okay? Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Aliens got Amy. Stream is over. Go home. Nothing to see here. Exactly. He has the eyes of a predator. Thin vertical pupils. What do you mean? He looks perfectly fine. He looks perfectly healthy. Did anyone else see Adam Sandler? Of course not. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea. What do you mean? Why are you saying that stuff? What do you mean? Weird. That is such a weird comment.
as he takes the non-confrontational approach.
Try to open a little wedge, you know, if I could just get them to question a few things.
What do you mean?
Get them to think, well, gee, maybe
Adam Sandler?
about that.
Never heard of it.
The full and
Never heard of
accurate
him.
story of the Apollo 11 mission can be found on NASA's website, with lots of video of this historic event. For Inside Edition Digital, I'm Mara Montalbano.
Didn't expect this stream to be this funny. I mean, it's Sunday, you know? It's not that serious.
Just go to the moon. Yeah, there'll be a day when AI takes over and it'll make
Let's listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Whatever God is.
By the way, so I have mixed feelings about Neil deGrasse Tyson's. Am I alone? Like, I kind of love him. But also, I think sometimes I guess I'm just not a fan of the Hollywood scientists.
God is not luck. Hi, I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I still like him though. I don't hate him.
And I'm here at Penguin UK to answer some of your deepest, most pressing questions. Does that work?
Okay. I guess what I don't like that much about him is just that I don't like his attitude sometimes. Like he is very, I mean, I guess he's very confident, but like he's much better in scientific podcasts. Yeah, maybe you're right. Like in the sense that I think he is very much of a Hollywood type scientist, which I don't love. But maybe you're right. Maybe I have seen some podcasts where I did enjoy him.
Have you really thought about what it would take to fake a moon landing? Because the rocket did launch. We all saw the rocket launch.
So to respond to that real quick, I agree to an extent to what you just said, just because, you know, I don't think it is that far-fetched in terms of, you know, on the scale of conspiracies. Let's say we have a conspiracy scale of like, you know, let's do a quick exercise, okay? Like if I do okay, wait, I need to share that, huh? Window capture, paint. Okay, let's so you know, let's say that like on the scale of like conspiracy theories, right? So we have 10 in terms of like, so let's say that this one is on, wait, can we write that instead? So let's say that like for this one, right, we have unbelievable or like highly unlikely. Okay, and then let's say that like on here we have sort of realistic slash believable. Like I would say that like, you know, flat earth would probably be like here to me. And like the moon landing would probably like be, I don't know, maybe in the middle, kind of like here. Like if I had to compare the two, right? Or like, to me, like moon landing is probably like out of 5. You know what I mean? And flat earth is probably at a 1, you know? So to me, believing into the moon landing is way easier and more realistic than believing in flat earth. Like it is not far-fetched to me that people believe in moon landing, you know, like everyday people, you know, believing in moon landing versus people believing in flat earth, to me. Am I wrong though? Maybe.
Okay, so there's hardware there. They're like office buildings of blueprints for the design of the Saturn V rocket. The hundreds of engineering hours that went behind this and the records of those designs. If you wanted to fake the moon landing, you would have to fake all of these documents. And it just seems to me it's way easier to just go to the moon. Has anyone considered that?
To me, that's not the strongest argument against the conspiracy, but let's see what he says next.
Just go to the moon. That's easier than faking all of this. So, no, but yeah, we went to the moon. So climate change.
Oh, that's the only thing he says. So the other thing that so let's try to find an actual YouTuber who will talk about the moon landing being fake. Moon landing, conspiracy, how would I say? Let's look into Bill Casing, actually. So Bill Casing on moon landing. So I want to see what he has to say, right? Okay, Bill Casing. Why is it so difficult to find stuff on Bill Casing? Why? Hello? Why can't I find videos on Bill Casing? Is the government trying to prevent us from looking into Bill Casing? Get sold on the idea. No. Time for Infowars. Yeah, exactly. No, but oh, Bill Casing on the American propaganda machine. Okay.
So just a little bit about your opinion of propaganda films and things like that.
Well, since the government, or corrupt government, essentially controls the media, it's no problem for them to produce propaganda films. For example, for many years, John Wayne was presented as a hero, as a CB, as a Marine, as an Air Force pilot, or whatever, and he made war seem glamorous and dramatic and something that should occupy a young man's time. I have a Vietnam veteran who said, John Wayne conned me into killing 500 people in Vietnam. So what we're confronted with is a propaganda machine beyond comprehension and well-funded. During World War I, they produced films showing German soldiers spearing Belgian babies. And I might point out that National Geographic magazine picked this up and actually had presentations on the subject. And interestingly, National Geographic was one of the prime media to present photographs of astronauts cavorting on the moon. So to summarize, what American citizens are confronted with is this enormous propaganda machine. For example, the U.S. Air Force has the largest movie studios and more equipment.
So that's something, again, that's a huge argument that people who, like conspiracy theorists in general, not just for the moon landing, but in general, say is that you literally just cannot trust the government. So if they faked or perhaps lied or manipulated this specific truth, why would they not do that with this or that? Or, you know, so, and I mean, to me, again, that's not necessarily the most outrageous statement to make. The thing though is that they'll say that for everything. It's like, at some point, you know, look into the evidence. Like, if you don't believe the government, you don't even have to, to trust the government. Like, there are a lot of different scientific bodies that you can look into, that are not necessarily tied to the government or, you know, any type of government fund programs that you can look into, and they will tell you the same thing, or at least they will give you, a part of the truth or whatever. So like, even if you don't believe in the government, like you can still look this stuff up. And it's the same thing for flat earth or like any other types of science, let's say, related conspiracies. Like, you can look into that stuff without, you know, going on nasa.com. Like, there are other areas that you can look into and other people that you can listen to, or read. But I do want to see again, one giant lie, why so many people, pamphlet. Oh, so we had a pamphlet. Okay, so maybe he didn't make that many videos. That is possible. Oh, there's a wired thing. Interesting. Okay, so what's that pamphlet that Bill Casing did? I'm curious about that. What's the actual? We never meant to the moon. Oh, is that the oh, we need to buy it? I am not buying this guy's pamphlet. I'm sorry. Like, there is so much. There is only so much I'm willing to do. Pamphlet. Maybe there's something on here? Nope. I guess not. Fake moon landing. I don't want to see the debunks yet. I want to mostly see I want to mostly see the actual people talking about the college humor. No. Was it all faked? Okay. Proving the Apollo moon landing. Okay. Motherboard. Oh, this one looks kind of cool though. I will open it in a new tab. This guy. Not yet. Can someone talk to me about the moon landing being fake? Moon landing was yeah. Fake image used. Went there. Throw hard facts. I know there are YouTubers. What has Joe Rogan? What does Joe Rogan has to say about this? I'm curious about this.
There's
Sometimes
no video evidence of what hit the Pentagon.
Well, there's a video of something. I know there was one hidden camera thing or security camera video that was released, but what they did have is all sorts of pieces of aircraft all over the fucking lawn.
Yeah.
I mean, in a blown up building and a plane that's missing and all the
Who's
people
that?
dead. Like, I'm gonna guess
Ben
it was a plane.
Ben Askren?
You know, I think people look for conspiracies and everything because it's exciting.
Well,
There's
I
something
mean,
stimulating about it.
there
The
is,
comments.
But then obviously, I know that you don't believe that everything we're told is the truth right
No.
away, right? I mean, if
Not
we
at
go
all.
to something like Gulf of Tonkin,
What does
incident,
Ben
right?
Askren have to say?
That's been proven to be
Who's
false.
that?
Or the fact, like the banana
American
Republic,
retired professional
right,
mix.
where
Dude,
gold
I swear to
assets go
God,
to
okay, on Joe Rogan podcast, I swear to God, he invites like these MMA fighters to talk about like flat Earth and shit. And you know, maybe let's not maybe let's not go to MMA fighters for our science resources. But I mean, I'm not saying that like MMA fighters are like dumb or anything. I'm just saying that like perhaps in terms of people to trust, perhaps believe scientists over MMA fighters on Joe Rogan podcast. I'm just gonna say that, you know.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
You know what I'm going to completely change the subject, if I may.
Sure.
You know, I want to talk about when you came on my radio show with Phil Plait about the moon
talked
landing.
about the moon landing. Yeah.
But what I think is fascinating about this, about
Who's
clubs
Phil?
and stuff,
Who's
you
Phil
know,
Plait? Is he a?
you know, and I know I've read here and there that you've gone back on a lot of that and your conspiracy stuff.
Yeah.
But that's not.
But I can explain that too. I
Because
don't
he
know
for
what I'm talking about.
NASA.
You know, this is the thing. I have zero
Bad astronomy.
astrophysics education. Zero.
To the moon landing.
I don't know anything
Hoax.
about whether or not it's possible to put people on the moon. I do know fuckery, and I do know teams, and I do understand when people are bullshitting people, and I think there's a lot of that with a lot of the NASA stuff. There's a lot of the older stuff in particular.
Science
There was a lot
blogger.
of manipulation of images and
Popular
putting
science
things
blogger,
online that may
worked
not have
as a
actually
part of the
really
Hubble
happened
Space
because it was
Telescope
press
team.
releases. And there's an image of Michael Collins from like Gemini 15 that's a very
From
clear
astrology to the moon landing
image
hoax.
of him doing
could
a simulation like
be.
in a studio with straps and harnesses, and then someone from NASA or someone
He was
put
a head
that
science
exact
writer
same
of the
image, blacked out the background, and used it as a photo of a spacewalk.
Interesting.
And it's not real, you know, but they sold it as real. There was some overzealous shit like that if you're conspiratorially minded, you might say,
Once you start lying,
yes,
you know it's
Things
like
get
the
slippery.
area.
Interesting. No. I'm trying to see, like, who would be a YouTuber to look into for fake moon landing, fake moon landing proof. Why people like Steph Curry? Who's Steph Curry? Steph Curry. Miserable. In most recent moon landing conspiracies, economy drives the money all the way to the top. The top booksellers on a TV networks, Fox, and the top YouTubers, Dawson, which means that most people believing in moon landing conspiracies are those already in power. Ooh, that's why some of those are of our most visible truthers are very famous celebrities. Kylie Irving, Steph Curry said he was joking. Frank Ocean. Oh, I do remember him talking about that. Whoopi Goldberg. Meanwhile, true believers like Bill Casing and his modern day counterparts like Martin Kenny. Where did we go? Aaron Renna, Glenn Beck. Who's Martin Kenny? Martin Kenny. Moon landing. So Earth flat, feature flat earther. So is Martin Kenny this guy? Kingdom of Peniel? Martin Kenny was the moon landing faked? Ooh, let's watch that.
We have Martin Kenny, and on the opposing side,
it's this guy. Okay.
Cosmologist Sarah Bosman.
Let's watch that.
Martin, we have to go to you first of all. Why do you think it didn't happen?
Well, there's overwhelming proof that it didn't happen. There's people researching this topic a lot more. We're in the age of technology now. I think in the past, like you're saying, we had no way of verifying anything we were told. So we saw the moon landings. Well, you saw the moon landings, and you believed it, but there was no way for you to check any of it. And now we're in the age of technology. As you said, a lot of the young people believe that it was faked, and that's because they are now investigating for themselves.
I find it very interesting, and we'll talk to...
Or is it just because internet is a bit of a cesspool sometimes, and also, like, I mean, I understand where he's coming from. However, I'm kind of wondering if the fact that, I mean, there is a big resurgence in these types of conspiracies, but is it because there is definitely more information easily accessible because of the internet, but there's also the fact that anyone can put that information on the internet. So like being able to find true information and believable information, not believable, but credible information and credible resources is also even more difficult nowadays. So there's also that, right? Like a lot of people who I know who believe in that stuff, base their opinions on stuff that like YouTubers have said, you know what I mean? So sure, but also
to Sarah in a minute about the scientific side that she believes. But for me personally, I just think far too many people would have to
cover it up.
Cover up for far too many years.
Well, how many people?
To never have.
There's also that, yeah.
How many people have supposedly gone beyond low Earth orbit, beyond 200 miles off the Earth?
No idea.
24. The entire history of humanity.
But
24 people.
So your point is
only 24.
But
so what
Ruth's
I'm
saying is there was a whole control center, operations center, backup control, all sorts of things.
Do you know what happens
Building
in
a
the
rocket.
finance department of ITV?
In the
No
finance
idea.
department.
No idea. Do you know what happens?
Checks are late.
Do you know what happens in the executive office of ITV, right at the top?
No, but if somebody was covering something
they tell you nothing. Exactly.
Yeah, but if
so if something did happen,
but if somebody's covering something up, everybody would have to cover it up.
No, they wouldn't, because you would know
Sarah,
about
what
it.
do you think?
Well, there are also a lot of engineers.
Oh, okay. So I understand. So it's not necessarily a bad argument. What he's saying, and that's why that's not the argument that I'm most skeptical about, and that's why when Bill Nye Neil deGrasse was saying earlier. He was like, it would be too complicated to like keep this a lie, and like, you know, and I like 100% agree with that argument. But the thing is, it's not the strongest argument, because that could be countered with what Martin Kenny just said here, and the fact that yes, but they could control who knows what and everything, and that's not necessarily a bad argument. Like, sure, that's a believable argument to me. So let's continue.
For years and years. They had to come
If you
into
have
the
comments
job every
and
morning,
stuff too,
thinking
by
they
the
were
way, don't
developing
hesitate to
rockets.
chime
Yet
in.
That's thousands of people being involved in the development and the testing in the labs, people overseeing the labs. It's not only the 24 people who actually went off the Earth. It's the whole organization of NASA and the Apollo program.
The position of the sun shadows, you will add to that today, using today's technology, you cannot see footprints, which you believe shouldn't have ever blown away.
Yep. Well, here's the smoking gun. Here's the smoking gun. We can argue all day long about, you know, what I think, we've never been to the moon. None of us have been, you know, below the surface, a certain, you know, altitude. Now, the only way we can discern whether this happened or not is by analyzing and studying the actual data that was taken during those Apollo missions, right?
Smoking gun, GG non-believers.
Let me finish, right? So that's the telemetry data, right? So during those 4 years that they did the Apollo missions, they collected loads of data, you know, biometrical data, design blueprints, etc., etc. Right. To end this, if we had the data now and we could scrutinize it, if we could test it, which is the scientific method, test it, observe, and research, not only has it not been released, NASA destroyed it.
Well, or lost.
Why would they have destroyed it?
NASA hang on. Donald Petit, NASA astronaut and chemical engineer.
I'm gonna note what he says, because I think he's a really good place to he's a really good place to start, because I think that, so if I was someone who was researching fake moon landings, conspiracies, as I am right now, but from a more of a believer side, these are things that I would personally find interesting. So he said, so the data was destroyed by NASA. So to me, that's an interesting point that we should look into. We should also look into what he said about, wait, what did he say just before that? Okay, that's fine. So
analyzing and studying, right? So that's the loads of data, you know, biometrical data.
I'm basically noting everything.
Design blueprints, etc., etc. Right. To end this, if we had the data now and we could scrutinize
Martin
it,
Kenny.
test it, which is the scientific method, test it, observe, and research. Not only has it not been released, NASA destroyed it.
Well, or lost.
Why would they have destroyed
NASA hang on. Donald Petit, NASA astronaut and chemical engineer. This is a direct quote from him. There's a video of him actually saying this, and I quote, "I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed the technology, and it's a painful process to build up again."
You're a scientist.
I'll go to the moon in a nanosecond. Okay, so technology was destroyed. Technology.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed
we don't have,
and it's a painful process to build up again.
You're
the technology anymore.
In that context, absolutely, I completely agree with him. The technology we had at the time was so ridiculously obsolete. There was nothing we could do with it anymore. It's like if you have a car from 60 years ago that was unique. If you try to repair all the parts one by one, it's going to take you way too much money. We don't run cars that way anymore. It was scrapped eventually because it was just too outdated. So of course it was destroyed, the technology in that sense. We don't.
I see. Who is this person? Sarah Bosman. Okay, wait. Sarah Bosman. So her counter argument, which I think is it makes sense. She says that obviously that technology is obsolete, and it would be very difficult to reproduce it. That makes sense to me. However, I can see how he probably does not give a shit about that statement, because he could just say like, well, you know, for something as big as stepping on the moon and like going on the moon, like, why would you destroy that data? Like, regardless of how obsolete or not the technology was, like, if that worked to go on the moon, like, we should definitely have kept it and like studied it to make it better, right? I'm pretty sure he's gonna probably say something like that.
Have it anymore. It wouldn't run.
I wonder if the tech was destroyed in an attempt to stop the space race.
We've got the technology to get
That's a good point.
there. Why haven't we?
That's a very good point. I'm gonna note it. Wait, how could I have? Oh wait, I know what I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do, because I want you to see the notepad. If I do this, it's kind of hard to see, eh? Oh, here it is. Okay. Format. How do I have bigger font? Can I have bigger font? Okay. So we'll keep the notepad here just because it's like useful to take notes. Okay. So the notepad will stay like somewhere. We'll put the notepad like here, okay? Can you see it properly? Okay. So let's look into why was the data either destroyed or lost by NASA IG moon landing tech?
Been back since, is it what, the 70s?
I think it comes down to the funding. I think after America went to the moon,
and that's the thing that I hear the most. So she says debunking. Wait, we'll go into like debunk arguments. So lack of funding, obsolete technology.
a few times the people in power told the voters, why are we spending all so much money on this? Why don't we elect a party who will put our taxes to do something else? And unfortunately, it was the last.
That is a very good point. So, in like to add on to the lack of funding, it is true that people think, and I've heard, and I'm still hearing this like today. Like I had a conversation about this week with someone in my family who's like a bit older, who was saying like, I think that the moon is great, and I think it's all great that like, you know, we're discovering these things. However, there are voters that think that the exploration of space is not a priority. Against paying taxes for space programs. Not a priority. So that's, to me, that is an excellent argument, and that makes sense because I've had those conversations with people, like people who say like, listen, space is great and all, but like it's not a priority. Like, how about let's feed, you know, starving children on Earth before, you know, we go and walk on the moon, you know?
Time in history where so much of your taxes went to science and research and technology has been cut down a lot, I think mostly for political reasons.
But you see, Martin.
That's interesting. So funding was cut down a lot, and that is true, and there is a bigger conversation to have here about how science and technology has slowed down in certain areas because of the lack of funding in general, and because there used to be a lot of funding that was publicly funded, or at least not publicly funded but paid by the taxpayers to research various things. Like there was a lot of money into science. Funding was cut down a lot. Tax payers used to fund a lot of research science programs back in the day. Not the case anymore.
Actually believes what we think. Some people believe the moon's made of cheese. What do you think the moon is made of?
What I know the moon is, it's a luminary.
I'll
That's
put
all I
this
know.
here actually.
What, it shines?
It's a luminary. It's a luminary of some sort. So I can't go beyond that. And you know, again, we're living in the age of technology. You know, you've got a P900 camera now you can buy for under £1,000,
Yeah.
and you can zoom in to the moon. That's supposed to be, by the way, 238,000 miles away in deep dark space, and yet you can zoom in quite close in detail.
Yeah.
With a commercial.
Wait, I missed that point. Wait.
Why haven't we been back since, is it, what, the 70s?
I think it comes down to the funding. I think after America went to the moon a few times, the people in power told the voters, why are we spending so much money on this?
Have we
Why don't we elect a
not
party
went
who wants
back?
our taxes to do something else? And unfortunately, it was the last time in history where so much of your taxes went to science and research and technology. It's been cut down a lot, I think, mostly for political reasons.
But you see, Martin actually believes what we think. Some people believe the moon's made of cheese. What do you think the moon is made of?
What I know the moon is, it's a luminary. That's all I know.
It's a luminary?
It's a luminary. It's a luminary of some sort. So I can't go beyond that. And you know, again, we're living in the age of technology. You know, you've got a P900 camera now you can buy for under £1,000.
Luminary, I don't know what that means,
And you
but-
can zoom in to the moon. That's supposed to be, by the way,
Just a light in the sky? Oh, okay.
238,000 miles away in deep dark space, and yet you can zoom in quite close in detail.
Yeah.
With a commercial camera, and people have taken photographs and images showing it sometimes translucent. You can see through it, right? Sometimes it's got something called a lunar wave. There are many videos showing the moon with a lunar wave. We don't know what that is. It's all a mystery.
So you believe you couldn't possibly...
What's a lunar wave? Lunar wave, moon, theory, or like... Name's Lunar Wave? YouTuber? What is that? I don't know what that means. Filming the moon. I've been this for a long time. I've been relentlessly... Fuck, this website is cancer. Can you stop? Literally, what is this, like, ads galore? Like, what? Jesus. YouTubers published a series, like, Express UK? Like, come on. Jesus Christ. A YouTuber has published a series of video which crazily suggests the moon is a man-made illusion. Covering something else up. Lunar Wave bizarrely said he is not alone in this theory. The moon... Okay, so they believe that the moon is fake. I'm going to hit you in the way that's going to make you think tinfoil hat. But I'm not going to apologize for it. I've been at this for a long time. I have been relentlessly in my research and filming and observing the moon and everything that happens. And it's true. From the people I've talked to... Okay, so there's a video here. Let's see if it's still up. Sometimes these videos may not be up. Oh, it's still up.
Project, I have a huge clip here. My prediction of the lunar wave on the calendar that I laid out for September this month was fulfilled by Richard 205 Maria. Richard 205 Maria now has multiple captures. I need to go back and count them. I think he's getting up close to how many lunar waves I have filmed. At any rate, I made this prediction back before I went on the road.
He's not taking into consideration the distance between the Earth and the Moon will change based on the Earth's orbit. So on some nights I can see them quite clearly, and others I can't. Good weather. But what is a freaking lunar wave? Like, what did he mean?
It was prior to August. Get ready, the second one, bottom right, and here it comes. And
oh,
there it
this?
is. Now I'm going to blow this up.
This thing?
Thank you so much, Richard 205 Maria, for first one. There it is. Get ready, the second one, bottom right, and here it comes.
This thing?
And there it is. Now I'm going to blow this up.
What the fuck does that mean?
Thank you so much, Richard 205 Maria, for fulfilling this prediction. This is prediction number 2. Here comes the wave now from the bottom right. There it is.
To me, it.
Get ready. The second one's going to.
What does that prove exactly? I'm confused.
And there it is. Now stand by. Here comes the conversation from last night with 3 of us hunting the wave, and there's more footage after that.
How you doing, bud? Hey, pretty good. All right.
Well, hunting the lunar wave.
You got.
Okay, but wait. So what is he saying? Quite a few people. But what is the lunar wave? Like, what does it mean? Suggesting that the moon is a man-made illusion and covering something else up? Oh, what? Okay, so they're saying... Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. It's a hologram? Oh my god. I can't. Like, they're putting an hologram. Okay, so that's actually not the first time that I've heard this thing. So there's a lot of I'm saying a lot, but there are flat earthers who believe that, you know, the earth is flat and that there is a dome, like S&J saying, and that a lot of what we see in the sky is actually projected onto the dome surface, and that the moon and like the stars and stuff like that are actually projected from somewhere, and that, you know, these are man-made, basically. So I think that that's what he's saying. Well, it is their point, because that's what it's saying here. So as a YouTuber, it's like developed out of the theory videos in which crazily suggests the moon is a man-made illusion covering something else up. So okay, and lunar wave which claims shows it is a hologram, and I'm saying this because I recall flat earthers actually debating with each other about this subject. There was 2 flat earthers who were talking about this, and some flat earthers do believe that we are in a dome or in some type of covered sky thing, and that the stars and these others thing that we see on the sky are actually projected on the walls, let's say. It's not the first time I've heard of this.
We land on it because it's
Absolutely not.
If it isn't true, is he really doing any harm, or is it just an interesting theory?
There's nothing wrong with people looking at data themselves and looking at buying their own cameras and taking their own data and so on. I think the main problem with the moon conspiracy is that the people involved that would have to cover it up now also involve people in Japan with this new satellite, people in Russia, people in Australia, who would all have to be covering up when they do this follow-up. America.
That's true. That's a good point.
Up what America did 50 years ago. I mean, even Russia at the time admitted they were beaten in the space race. So they had the most reason to not believe the Americans.
Yes, to blow the whistle on it all. Yeah.
That's a good point. So that is a very good point. So Russia in space race would have had all the good reasons to blow the whistle on the fake moon landing. That's a very good point. Very, very good point. And what's the other thing? Okay, so this guy, so I'm assuming that this guy, so let's go back to Martin Kenny's, because Martin Kenny seems to be one of the main sources, like, in modern day. We'll go back to his channel. He's probably going to be talking about some stuff. So this is his channel. Okay. Moon landing. Wait. So that's his channel. Can we find moon? Okay. Why can't you just have normal video titles, sir? Why? Oh my god. Why is this guy... Oh my god, this is so annoying. These titles are so confusing. Martin Kenny, come on. Martin Kenny, moon landing. He probably talks about this stuff like, you know. more than that one time on Good Morning America. Oh wait, actually, I think I remember. So there was this video from what's his face, this other YouTuber, who was talking about flat Earth. But I mean, to me, so Martin Kenny thinks that the moon is fake. So like, obviously, he's not gonna think that the moon landing was true. Deputy Martin Kenny, no, that's not the red guy. Martin Kenny, where are you? Destroys astrophysicist.
Scientist,
Really?
cosmologist, Sarah Bosman. Martin, we have to go to you first of all. Why do you think it didn't happen?
Well,
what are these commenters saying? Sarah, how did that flat smack feel? Okay. Not only was the entire Apollo 11 program technology complex, but so was the worldwide telemetry and voice communication network for the Apollo program. So much for tax dollars get funneled into NASA's fake operation. So let me get this straight. She said technology we used about 50 years ago couldn't update. Yeah, so that was what I was saying earlier, right? So that would be the counter argument that she just said, which I was expecting. And that person counter arguments. You know, sometimes YouTube comments can contain useful stuff. It makes perfect sense to me. The technology for past valve television sets also no longer exists. The assembly lines, the manufacturing plants. Why would you want to rebuild the manufacturing plants for valve technology TV when the technology is advanced to HDTV? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So that's Martin Kenny, right?
This free trial's a little suckier than you thought, eh? You know what free trial doesn't suck?
So that's his channel.
Final Fantasy XIV Online. You'll get over 100 hours of awesome gameplay.
But we don't want to go into Flat Earth yet. I just want to see. But it's kind of hard to not go into Flat Earth. That's the thing. Okay, real quick, I do want to gloss over Apollo 13 real quick. Apollo 13 was NASA's third moon landing mission, but the astronauts never made it to the lunar surface. An oxygen tank explosion almost 56 hours into the flight forced the crew to abandon all thoughts of reaching the moon. Yup. Okay, so let's go back into what Martin Kenny was saying. So the data, okay, so we need to look into this. So moon landing data lost. So okay, Apollo 11 missing tapes. So that's an interesting thing that we should look into perhaps. So Apollo 11 missing tapes. Let me put that somewhere else maybe. I'll hide the note for now just because. Okay. I will zoom in. Okay, it says here, the Apollo 11 missing tapes were those that were recorded from Apollo 11 slow scan television telecast in its raw format on telemetry data tape at the time for the first moon landing in '69 and subsequently lost. The data tapes were used to record all transmitted data, video as well as telemetry for backup. The broadcast to the SSTV transmission on standard television. A team of retired NASA employees and contractors tried to find the tapes in the early 2000s, but was unable to do so. The search was sparked when several still photographs appeared in the late 90s that showed the visually superior raw SSTV transmission on ground station monitors. The research team conducted a multi-year investigation in hopes of finding the most pristine and detailed video images of the moonwalk. If copies of the original SSTV format tapes were to be found, more modern digital technology could make a higher quality conversion, yielding better images than those originally seen. The researchers concluded that the tapes containing the raw, unprocessed 11 SSTV signals were erased and reused by NASA in the 80s, following standard procedures at the time. So I guess there was a procedures of like erasing data. Is that what I'm understanding? Background, video signal processing, search for the missing tapes, NASA news conference. Okay, NASA held a news conference at the museum in Washington, D.C. regarding the missing tapes on July 16, 2009, the 40th anniversary of Apollo 11 launch from Cape Kennedy. The multinational research team looking into the missing tapes, mostly retired engineers who had worked on the original broadcast in '69, was represented at the event by Richard Navsker from the Goddard Space Flight Center and Stanley LaBarre, the former lead engineer at Westinghouse who developed the Apollo lunar camera and the Apollo color camera. They concluded that the data tapes with the SSTV signal were shipped from Australia to Goddard, then routinely erased and reused a few years later. What does reused mean? Like erased and reused. What does that mean? Oh, the tapes were reused. Oh, I see. Okay, so I guess that was a procedures that they just did. They just erased the tapes and reused the tapes. So I mean, yeah, I guess that is difficult to like. If the tapes were reused, I mean, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Australian backup tapes were also erased after Goddard received the reels. Following the procedures established by NASA, the SSTV signal was recording on telemetry data tapes, mostly as a backup in case the real-time conversion and broadcast around the world failed. Okay. Since the real-time broadcast conversion worked, and while they recorded, the backup video was not deemed important at the time. I understand. It is unfortunate. It is really unfortunate because that is such a convincing argument. Like, if you were someone who, you know, was pretty conspiracy, you know, prone to believing conspiracy, to me that would be a very like believable argument, you know, that like why the hell would NASA destroy the tapes of such an important event. So it is unfortunate that this happened, because I think that this situation does fuel the conspiracy, but I think I would believe it, in the sense that makes sense. To me, that makes sense, you know, the fact that like they would reuse the tapes and stuff like that. It is unfortunate though that they did that with such an important event, but I do understand the mindset of like, well, we do have the tapes from the actual broadcast and everything, so like we don't actually need the backup tapes. Like we could just use the broadcast tape. We don't need the actual telemetry data. So I understand what the mindset was. It is just unfortunate to me. Tapes are magnetic, yeah. Donald Petit. So okay, we don't really need to look into that guy. That's fine. Moon lunar waves. I am curious about the whole moon is fake thing. Is the moon fake? So I don't want to know. So why people? So I don't want to know about the. So who's this guy again? The other guy. Where's the guy who was talking about Steve Curry? Wait, lunar waves. Let's go back to this guy who was talking about lunar waves. Lunar waves. Because if there are people who think, you know, that the moon is actually fake, you know. That's interesting.
One thing, you have a theory about the moon, and we expect to be able to get observable facts about the moon fairly soon. What is your theory?
Whoops.
Well, it is by now rather more than a theory. 10 or 11 years ago, I stated to various scientists that the moon is not a piece of rock, but it is plasma. plasma phenomena, cosmic plasma, and that
Moon is plasma.
this fact will eventually be confirmed. I made certain predictions which were already confirmed in 1958, and the situation now is coming close to a complete confirmation.
What will be the result if you're proved to be correct in your theories?
The result will be profound and decisive, because it will give proof that a complete reinvestigation of the laws of nature is necessary. Because if the moon is a plasma, no man will ever land on it. The soft landing attempts will all fail. That means that the mass of the moon is less, far less, than is currently assumed. It's in a different state of energy, and it has far less mass. That means there is no more explanation for the tides. If the moon, for example, had only 1,000th part of its current mass.
Okay, so he claims that the moon is made of plasma, and that the moon landing will ultimately fail. So this video was from 65. Lunar waves shoot the moon. Permanent. There's a lot of views on these videos, actually. Is NASA hiding a second sun? Oh, good mythical morning. Rare lunar phenomenon? No. Supermoon, lunar wave, crossing the moon. So is it this guy? Who's this guy?
Welcome to Crow 777 channel. On this channel, you'll see only video that I have shot personally. I shoot everything in high definition, and a lot of it is shot through an 8-inch telescope. I shoot.
Belief is the enemy of knowing. I had to restart my computer. Ironically, the timing of my computer deciding to crash is questionable. Ooh. Well, maybe, you know? So, the moon is a luminary. No one goes above. So, you know what I hate about these YouTubers is that their videos are so fucking long, dude. Like, I'm not gonna watch that. Like, I'm sorry. Can you, like, get to the point, you know? Updated. The moon is not what you think, okay? So what is it? Dude, 1 million views.
Okay, I want to say thank you to the Jungle Surfer for the narration request and getting this out to his viewers. My hope is that a lot of people get to see this. It's the real deal.
Wait, having spent over a year viewing the moon on a regular basis, I have come to the conclusion that the moon may not be what we think. There are other YouTube users who have also made some interesting lunar observation. Jive Bob, Gridkeeper, as examples. Sorry. This clip is a mind bender, and I'm seeking anybody else who shot this or similar footage to contact me and compare footage dates.
Give me a second, let me get the clip started here. So I'm filming one night looking for objects.
So here's the reason why I'm looking into this is because obviously if you think the moon is fake, or like the moon like the moon itself is a hoax, like obviously you won't believe that we went on the freaking moon, you know? So I'm kind of wondering what are the different like areas of thoughts into this, because conspirationists don't always agree on these things. Like there are debates. Like I've seen debates between flat earthers who debate about like whether we live in a dome or not, for example. Hey Nodius. Hey Husky, hola Latin hat lady. So like, you know what I mean? So that's why I'm looking into this, because obviously if a lot of people, and I didn't know about these lunar waves things. So to me, obviously, if you already think that the moon is fake, like you won't think that the moon landing was real. Like beyond the actual motivation that we looked into earlier, about, you know, the space race and everything. I mean, if you think the moon is not true, I mean, you won't think that we landed on the moon. So I'm just curious what this guy has to say.
The wave starts, this hologram wave. I don't notice it.
This hologram wave?
wave. I don't notice.
Okay, yeah. So update for Nodius and Husky who just came in. So we were looking into the moon landing conspiracy stuff, and we've seen dudes who are saying that basically the moon is a hologram. So like the moon is not a thing, basically. So we're looking into what they mean.
Up to the camera, and I do notice it. I glance at the moon.
Thanks for the lurk, Nodius.
You know, you don't know whether it's your eyes or what. And then I notice a second wave coming, and at this point, I'm thinking it's my camera. I look up at the moon again, and you know, I just don't know what to think. I saved the clip out. I don't delete it. I almost did, and I look at it for quite some time, weeks maybe, looking at it over and over, and I'm realizing that, you know, this is not the way a digital camera malfunctions. This is an organic line, no pixelation.
What do you mean, though? I'm bigger than the moon. I'm a conspiracy. Yeah, go follow Husky and Nodius. They both do streams as well. Variety of games, simulation games. They also do like just chatting streams. Will I see Adam Sandler again? It ball strikes again. What do you mean, though? Adam Sandler? Never heard of this guy. What do you mean?
No shredding of the signal. And it finally dawns on me that the pan of the camera proves it. When I pan down, and I usually don't shoot this way, I usually stay centered, almost always stay centered, trying to increase my odds of catching something.
I'm gonna look and finish my panel in emotes. Okay, have fun.
Down, the wave starts, and I pan in front of the wave, which catches up to the camera, and that is the proof in the pudding.
The proof in the pudding.
You'll notice.
You know what, guys? That is the proof in the pudding. You know, I mean, we're done. Stream done. Okay, see ya. Bye. I'm kidding.
Things. The wave looks like it bulges in the center, as if it's going down. If you stop the frame and measure it, you'll see that the sides are lower than the center, so there's kind of a bulge, and it's also tilted a little bit, and it mirrors the tilt of the poles of the moon. I haven't measured it exactly, but visually you can tell.
Okay, first off, I'm calling this wave a hologram for lack of a better term. Okay. Also notice. Okay, wait. We need to. Let's get the notepad back. Notepad time. So. So it's not just Martin Kenny arguments, but anywho. So, moon landing was fake arguments. Okay. So, moon is a hologram. Lunar wave. Look, I want to look into that, like, because I don't have like the knowledge to know how cameras work, so I'm just curious to know what actually the lunar waves are.
I would urge people to go look at
that. Tripped me out.
Gatekeeper catches structures, and Jive Bob has done some.
Okay, wait. So also notice the bulge appearance of the organic wave crossing around object. So okay, one other thing that I do want to touch upon too is that, okay, let's say that you're someone who may not be as like informed on like scientific terms, or maybe, you know, you don't have necessarily a super expanded vocabulary, and just an overall just person who may be just a tad bit ignorant as to how science work and like, you know, what everything means in terms of, you know, evolution, or, you know, the laws of gravity, or, you know, anything related to science. Like, let's say that you're someone who is not really into that stuff and you don't necessarily know how that stuff works. Like, you go to a guy like this, right, who is kind of like using confusing terms, but in a way that sounds smart. That could be enough for you to like listen to that and be like, wow, this guy is so smart. But it's such a classic tactic of like, there's a lot of people out there who do debates and who you know, use language that seems intelligent and that seems smart, and they have a discourse and a speech that sounds so convincing and so smart. But when you actually look into what they're saying, you're like, dude, what you're saying, it makes no sense. Like, what do you mean? Like, the way that he talks is confusing, But the thing is that someone who may not really realize that will look at this and be like, wow, this guy is like 900 IQ, you know?
Incredible work with incredible setup. And he claims you can see through the floor of the mare or the mare, the seas on the moon, and you can see structure and stuff under there. By the way, if I don't comment back, I apologize. I'm not going to use Google+. I'm boycotting it. I have another video on this. I have a degree in internet technology.
I'm not going to use Google+. How dare you not use Google+? The most relevant, I mean, this is a 2013 video, but how are you not going to use Google+? How dare you? Excuse me? Google+ is a top tier social media, sir. What do you mean? Google+.
I tell you a few reasons why it's bad.
Also, this guy has a degree in internet technology. What does that mean? I have a degree in internet technology. Degree in technology. What does that mean? I guess they're a thing, but like,
Moving on. After I posted this
show me
video
the
on a
receipts,
called
Crow
Mars
777.
where I assert ISON may have electrically interacted with the planet.
See? Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. Like, what he's saying here, right?
Anyhow, moving on. After I posted this video and one other called Mars is No Longer Red, where I assert ISON may have electrically interacted
with the planet.
My UK traffic
jump, like, he talks in a way that when you listen to that, you would tell yourself, like, man, this guy is on another plane of intelligence. He is 900 IQ. 900 AQ, you know? IQ, not AQ. And it's easy to feel like you're being intellectually bested by these types of YouTubers, because sometimes it's kind of like a reaction that we have as humans. Like, if someone is talking to us about something that we know nothing about, we can get a bit impressed. Like, I mean, it happens to all of us. Like, someone will talk to you about whatever subject that you don't really know much about. Like, for when Panini talks to me about stocks, I'm like, what? Cool. Like, I believe you. Because, you know, if you don't know any better, you are kind of like, you're more prone to just accept that what they're saying is the truth because you don't know any better. So you're like, sure, like, if this guy's saying it and he's sounding intelligent and he's sounding like eloquent, I'm going to be prone to believe what he's saying. But that initial reaction is one thing, but then it's kind of like your job after that to kind of like and go verify. Like, it's okay to not try and like debate about something you know nothing about, but it's your job after that to go and double check and make sure that like you don't just take that at face value. You know, it's like, go do your research, do your DD. Yeah, exactly.
My New Zealand traffic, at which point I'm contacted
by the way, if you are new here, welcome to the channel. I'm Amy. I don't always wear a tinfoil hat. Welcome to Cultify Sundayz, where every week we do a just chatting stream where we deep dive into a cult, a conspiracy, or a claim of the paranormal, or a myth, or unsolved mysteries. And, you know, we go together into a rabbit hole looking into that stuff. Last week we covered Rockterio and the Anthill Kids cult, which was emotional and heartbreaking and disgusting. And tonight we are looking into the moon landing conspiracies. And right now we are looking into the people who believe that the moon is fake. So basically, a lot of people, like I was saying earlier, you know, we need to find a motive as to why the moon landing would be faked, right? And that motive could be the space race. It could be, you know, a lot of different things. But I did not consider that people actually thought that the moon itself was fake, which makes all of these other motives irrelevant, because if you think that the moon is fake, like obviously you'll think that the moon landing is fake. So we're just looking into some YouTuber right now. We're looking at Crow7777. He's explaining to us why, you know, lunar waves prove that the moon is a hologram. It's a handful, okay? But I mean, I'm listening to it. If you are someone, by the way, who wants to chime in, perhaps you believe that the moon is fake, perhaps you think that the moon landing was fake, please do jump in and let me know what you think. And do drop a follow if you find this entertaining. I am live 4 to 5 days a week. We play games, we talk about cults, we talk about horror movies, we talk about a bunch of stuff. And I promise I do not wear this hat all the time.
Astrophotographer for the country, I guess, the director for the country's astrophotography of comets and asteroids, and he tells me all the things I'm doing wrong and why I'm not scientific, and I am an amateur, but he won't provide me the images of Mars I'm asking for, and I noticed this clip also gets a ton of traffic from the UK, and none of my other stuff did before, and he tells
So who are you talking about?
At which point I'm contacted by a astrophotographer for the country, I guess, the director for the country's astrophotography of comets and asteroids, and he tells me all the things I'm doing wrong and why I'm not scientific, and I am an amateur.
And you're not going to say who that is?
Reasons why it's bad. Anyhow, moving on. After I posted this video and one other called Mars is No Longer Red, where I assert ISON may have electrically interacted with the planet, my UK traffic jumped, as did my New Zealand traffic.
I'm annoyed at how this guy is talking. Okay, sorry for being a pausing Paula. Like for me, when I hear that stuff, I want to go and like research everything that he's saying. But the thing is that when you're talking to someone, right, they'll cram in as much stuff into one sentence as possible, that like once the sentence is over, you only remember the last thing that they said. So like everything in between, you kind of like just take for granted, which is super annoying to me.
Contacted by a astrophotographer for the country, I guess, the director for the country's astrophotography of comets and asteroids, and he tells me all the things I'm doing wrong and why I'm not scientific, and I am an amateur, but he won't provide me the images of Mars I'm asking for, and I noticed this clip also gets a ton of traffic from the UK, and none of my other stuff did before this. You know, I guess it's not proof positive. But
we're gonna look into lunar wave debunking afterwards, just because I'm not knowledgeable enough into like cameras and stuff to know why this happens. So I'm curious to know what's the explanation behind it. If there is one, maybe there's none, and then maybe the moon is fake. You know, maybe it is.
That it's just a projected hologram. I observe the moon straight for a year every month to catch all these objects that are shot and posted on my YouTube channel. I can tell you I believe the moon is there, and I believe that they cover it with a hologram so that we can't see what's going on the face of the moon, because we have good enough equipment to see these things now. So what I did is I bought a cheap light.
Okay, wait. So, okay. This shit goes so deep. Okay, so this guy believes that the moon is there. Okay, so that's an important distinction. So this guy says, I believe that the moon is there, but that we are projecting a hologram onto the moon, because there are people who think the entire moon is fake. Okay, so there's that. Because I've seen debates between flat earthers who were talking about the moon just being like a light projected on a dome. Okay, this guy, however, says the moon is there, it is real, but we are covering the surface of it with a hologram because stuff is happening on the moon that is being hidden. Interesting.
Spectrum tool and
I'm just gonna say interesting.
And I observed daylight, I observed false light, man-made light, light bulbs and things like that, and then I shot.
Imagine if the moon was fake, right?
Just off a full moon, the spectrum of the moon with a prism and the light spectrum tool. And it's not 100% scientific, but I can tell you that it's damn close to sunlight. So if the light I collected is off a hologram, it's a damn good one. Again, my guess is that when the moon's in like quarter phases or slivers or other things, you're actually looking at the moon. I think when it starts to get full or well lit on the face, they cover it with a hologram so that we can't see what they're doing under there.
Man, that shit is deep. We're hiding what's happening on the moon, bro. My God, like I'm trying over here. I'm trying.
Not what you think it is. I can tell you that. I've observed other people's video work, and
what are people saying?
Intuition having.
This thing is as 1 million. Guys, what am I doing wrong? Why am I fighting this? Like, also, why are you writing in caps? Like, do you just want to, you know, why caps? Anywho, what are people saying? Okay. I always knew it. Thank you for confirming my feeling. Hey man, cool stuff. You got nothing to prove to me. With you 100%. Okay. What if the moon is real, but we are the hologram? What? Can you imagine? This has definitely convinced me. Thank you for revealing this act of deceit. I do not believe Crow faked these images. I don't think he faked them either. I just don't think that they're relevant. How elaborate of a fakery would that be? Bro. You think the moon landing was fake and that we're projecting a hologram on the moon? But you think that faking a video like this would be way too crazy and way too impressive? I cannot. I'm sorry. I'm trying. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop. Let's continue.
It's not just a rock in space. There's a lot going on up there, and I hope that a lot of
wait. When the cognitive dissonance gets to that point where, to you, this YouTube video being fake is more unbelievable and less likely than the moon landing being fake, like. Like, okay, let's go back to paint, right? So on the on the scale of conspiracy believableness, like the moon landing is here, right? So if the moon landing is at a 5 out of 10 believableness, like, to me, Crow 777 faking a YouTube video is probably at like a 9, you know? I'm not saying he faked it. I'm just saying that, like, you know, if we compare the believableness of this very scientific scale, you know what I mean? Okay, let's go back to the notepad. Okay, let's continue. I'm sorry.
Because this is the real deal.
I don't mean to be
Those
angry.
are all the clips that I have on my YouTube channel. There is no manipulation. You know, if something's color corrected, I make it obvious. But there's no animation going on. These are all 100% real observation clips.
I believe him. I believe that like he filmed these things for real. What I'm not understanding is, okay, do we have explanations for lunar waves? Because I don't know how cameras work. So I'm just what phenomenon causes lunar waves? In multiple video clips from the moon, Jupiter's can be observed. Okay. Video astronomy requires much more equipment than traditional eyepiece viewing. It helps understand what's going on between the camera lens and the video screen. Most importantly, it is the conversion of the camera's analog signal to the computer digital format. This is usually done with a frame grabber and its associated drivers. The camera typically have 700-ish lines of resolution, which are usually translated into 640 by 480 digital signal. The camera analog, this is probably an old question. 2 years ago. Okay, whatever. The camera analog is 60 cycle interlaced. The computer display frequency is whatever PC is set to. I'll let the math people tell us what the driver is, blah, blah, blah. The frame grabbers come in a wide range of cost and reliability. There is no rhyme or reason to their reliability. They depend on the computer operating system. Typically, the Astro video cameras... Wait. Smoke, mirrors, and snake oil suckers are said to be born at the rate of 1 per minute. I have a feeling the con artist's birth rate... The person making the video could have proven the waves were an artifact of the PC by simply connecting one of the camera's output to an analog video screen, a television with a compass. Okay, so all in all, I'm understanding that like these lines are quite normal and happen through the conversion and the resolution and everything. Because like we've seen, like I've seen in a lot of videos, like lines going up and down a video. Like it's not the first time that I've seen that in my life. Like to me, that's not, when I saw that, I was like, it's not a lunar wave. It's just like a video line. Like I've seen these video lines in other videos. Like, you know what I mean? Thus far, there's been no solid explanation. Really? Crow. Okay, well, this guy is the MVP of the moon holograms. Apparently. So, okay, interesting. Interesting.
Thank again the Jungle Surfer for sharing this out with the community and giving me the narration request. And you guys all be safe.
Okay, but I want to know more. I want to see more YouTubers who talk about the fake moon landing. So it worked earlier when I Googled. So just to come back on our notes, right? So we have now kind of like, so debunk arguments. So lack of funding, voters, funding. To me, that's a good argument. I think that it is more detailed and more makes more sense than just saying, oh, funding. Like I think that explaining where that funding was coming from is a good argument. Obsolete technology, I think that's the one that I have the most problems with, let's say, because I would kind of agree with the fact that like I understand what they mean by the fact that like the with the car analogy and everything, but indeed for something as, you know, important as the moon landing, like I would have kept, you know, that knowledge around. But Russia deleting the Russia deleting the data, perhaps through an espionage or like infiltrator mission, is a good conspiracy. Few years back, we had the biggest loss of data ever. Yeah, and that's why I'm saying like, I think it's not necessarily that it's not believable. It's just unfortunate. Like, it's just unfortunate. And if I were to like debunk, moon landing conspiracies and stuff like that, I would probably not go with that as my first counterpoint, just because there's a very good counterpoint to that counterpoint to say like, that, you know, like, how do we know that it was just lost? Like, you know, it's, that's the thing, right? And there's also, there was one guy in one of the videos that said, once the government lies about something, like, what about else do they lie about? Which is a fair statement. So it's just really unfortunate that they did lose the footage. I'm prone to believe that they did lose it. It's just that I can understand why someone who's already conspiracy driven will not care about that argument whatsoever, if that makes sense. Also, I would be curious to see if there are Marion Cotillard believes, oh, that's interesting. I want to hear what she has to say. I would be, you know, surprised, or actually, I would love to see if there were people who used to be conspiracy theorists or used to believe in the moon landing being fake, who now don't. Because I see people coming from one side to the other. Like, for example, when we talk about flat Earth, or people who talk about the moon landing conspiracy, like, I've seen people who, you know, were taught about, you know, moon landing and the Earth being round and everything, and then, you know, going into a conspiracy mindset and, you know, ending up believing that the Earth is flat and believing all sorts of conspiracies. But the other way around is a rarer case. Am I wrong? Like, I would be curious to know that. And this article is interesting. I'm the conspiracy theorist now. This is obviously conspiracy theory itself, but it is one that, much like the moon landing hoax, I'm starting to believe the more I think about it. Maybe the question is no longer did we go to the moon, but who benefits by suggesting that we didn't? Russia. Am I the conspiracy theorist, or is perpetuating conspiracy theories as entertainment a far greater danger to society? I do think that perpetuating conspiracy theories is dangerous. There are conspiracy theories that are worse than others. It's just that, like, unlike weed being a gateway drug, I do believe that, you know, once you get onto, you know, the bandwagon of conspiracy theories, it's really easy to jump from one to the other, and starting to kind of like blur the lines of what's believable or not, you know, and what makes sense or not. And again, you know, like, you're gonna see a lot of these conspiracy theorists who are anti-vaxxer, for example, as well, or, you know, so, and these are more dangerous stuff than just believing that the moon landing was fake, obviously. But you know, and oftentimes you don't believe in just one conspiracy most of the time, you know, you believe in a bunch of them. So that's why I'm saying I am more prone to say that conspiracy theories are overall an issue and are harmful. Some of them are pretty, you know, trivial. It's just that, like, once you get into that area, it could lead to other more harmful things. So that's why I'm not a huge fan of it. Become more normalized in the latter half of the 2010s. The most publicized one involved a secret network of omnipotent celebrities, a child sex run by a democratic position, and the Earth being literally flat. Sorry about that. Trigger. These are wild things to genuinely actually believe. They come as the time, as a fact, as to come to mean whatever. Okay. I personally do not think the moon landing hoax theory will suddenly become extremely popular. I mean, it is. Okay, so I'm curious. Does Marion Cotillard believe the moon landing now, or still no? Did a man really walk on the moon? Wondered beautiful French actor Marion Cotillard in 2007 interview, during which she also denied the believability of September 11 attacks. I saw plenty of documentaries on it, and I really wondered, and in any cases, I don't believe all they tell me, that's for sure. Okay. Yes, little man, it's impossible to know. If we hear it back. Do we have a video of that? Okay, I guess it's just a comment she said here and there. Oh no! I closed the Vox. Shoot. Vox, moon landing fake. Is that the one that we had? I think so. Okay. Wait, let me get the little music back. Okay. Okay. I just spent 30 minutes reading about the moon hoax theory for my class, and I'm just saying NASA is starting to look a little sus. Conspiracy theorists tend to read a lot of comments. Yeah, true. True. Moon landing conspiracies began with a self-published book. Yeah, so We Never Went to the Moon, subhead America's $30 billion Swindle, was written in 1976 by a man called Bill Casing, who according to the Tribute website, was also known as Will Bill Casing, and is widely considered the father of the moon landing hoax theories. Casing died in 2005. Oh, so there is a website. BillCasing.com. How bad do you think that website will be? I like how that's the photo that they chose. Okay. So, that song is depressing. Okay. Bill Casing. Okay, let's zoom in a little bit. Tribute website. Okay. Okay. And I believe he worked for what? I think he worked somewhere that made him a little credible, right? For interpreting technical data concerning liquid rockets propellants. This side is brown if nothing else. Exactly. Oh wait, sorry. The notes are taking a bit of space. I'm gonna put the notes here. The moon isn't real. It's a huge light bulb. Well, you just missed. We were talking. We just watched a video by Crow777. The moon is not what you think. So you just missed that. We're gonna go back to it in a bit, though. I'm just looking into right now Bill Casing, who is apparently the father of moon landing conspiracy. There he obtained a real estate license. Okay, whatever. It's not important. Divorce. Okay. I don't want to know his whole life. I just want to know the book thing. Okay, make him doubt the credibility of NASA. His book, We Never Went to the Moon, was a result of many years of research, subsequently earning him the distinction of the father of the moon hoax theory. As a result of this book, he became a popular guest on talk radio and television shows around the world. He often stated that he used the moon hoax theory to inspire people to question authority, especially our country's leadership, and to live life as he had done, free of Madison Avenue or corporate influences. That's kind of what... Okay, so... Again, my problem is not necessarily about questioning people in authority or questioning the government. It's about only looking into what the government and the people in authority have to say. In the sense that, again, whether we're talking about flat earth, whether we're talking about moon landing, whether we're talking about vaccines or any other types of conspiracies that exist out there, information is available, scientific information is available outside of like government funded programs and published, you know, works. Like you can find that information elsewhere. You don't have to believe the government. Like there are other information there. And these programs that are government funded, you know, there's like a lot of people in them. And like, to me, it is highly unlikely that there would never be a whistleblower anywhere. Like that makes no sense. And like the only whistleblower that, you know, the conspiracy world kind of like knows about is Bob Lazar. But Bob Lazar is kind of like seen a bit of as a scam, but we can look into that a bit later because there is a lot to Bob Lazar that we need to look into. Yeah, so basically, what was I going with that? Yeah, my problem is not that. Like, I don't mind question authority. I don't mind questioning leadership. I don't mind, you know, being free of Madison Avenue or corporate influences. But you know who would say what you're saying? Someone that's working for them. You're them! So yeah, so it's just, this is not what I have a problem with. It's just that like you're using this excuse to push very ridiculous conspiracies to me that can cause harm to actual society. Because again, usually when you believe in one conspiracy, you don't believe in just one conspiracy. You know, you usually get into that mindset, you know, as a whole. And like, when you question one thing, you question everything. And then, you know, next thing you know, you're not vaccinating your kids because, you know, you believe like silly conspiracies about vaccines, you know, like there is a certain profile of person who believes in this. Well, not just one, there are multiple profiles of people, but in the sense that like, and maybe you believe in just the moon landing being fake, like maybe, but I'm telling you that there's a lot of people out there that don't stop at just that. They go way deeper than this. These alien, yeah, exactly. Okay, bibliography. What is he? Okay, let's look into Bill Casing's books. Intelligent Motorcycling. I mean, nothing against that. The Ex-Urbanized Complete and Illustrated Easy Does It First Time Farmer's Guide. Nothing against that. So, okay, so I think Bill Casing is probably this farmer dude who probably wants to be self-sufficient, doesn't want to rely on government or, you know, big corporations to live his life. And I mean, there's nothing necessarily wrong about that. But, you know, again, we do see that, you know, there is a certain trend into, you know, when you have such a big distrust, you know, in the government and stuff, you know, it kind of makes sense to believe that like everything could be a lie, you know, but it's just that like where's the line of that? Because and a part of this is definitely to blame on the government, like because there has been like areas where the government has lied on issues, so it is a legit, you know, feeling to feel kind of like skeptical about what they're saying about other stuff. So part of the blame is definitely on them. Yeah, like we're not gonna fix conspiracy theories overnight. I mean, I don't think they're ever gonna go away. Conspiracy theories have probably existed since humans have existed. So like, I'm not expecting conspiracy theories to go away, but I do think some of them are more harmful than others, definitely. How to Live in a New America, Great Hot Springs in the West, Robin Hood Handbook, Eat Well on $1 a Day. In 75? Well, probably not in the 2021 economy, Mr. Casing. I don't think you can live on $1 a day. I mean, maybe if you only eat ramen, but even then, these are like 50 cents now. Okay, so this is the big one. We never went to the moon. America's $30 billion swindle. Do we have like Do we have more to that? $1 a day cookbook. Tax wars. How to get a bigger paycheck? Well, you just told me to spend $1 a day, Bill. Anywho, so Bill is all about self-sustainability, living on the farm, not spending money, not supporting big corporations. I mean, I'm not against his values. I'm just against the hoax theory. Okay, so here's the actually hoax theory. Okay, here's the stuff. Here's the stuff. We go to the moon. After President John F. Kennedy announced to Congress in May 61 that the US should commit itself before this decade is out to landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to Earth, the race to the moon began. The Cold War was at its height and NASA was one of the leading weapons in the battle. But it was the Soviet Union which made all the early advances. That's true. They launched the very first man into space in 61 and the first woman 2 years later. They were also the first to orbit the Earth with a 2-astronaut crew. The US had their successes too, when they, less than a year after Kennedy's speech, John Glenn became the first American to orbit the Earth. I mean, that's all true. Moon means tragedy. Okay? Tragedy followed success, though, for both the Soviet Union and the United States. On January 27, 1967, the cockpit of Apollo 1 was caught fire during a practice countdown. United States astronauts Edward White II, Virgil Gus Grissom, and Roger Chaffee died in the fire. That same year, the Soviet cosmonaut Vladimir Komarov was killed when his spacecraft Soyuz 1 crashed upon re-entry. In the 70s, Soyuz 11 cosmonauts Georgy Dobrovolsky, Vladislav Volkov, and Viktor Patsayev were also killed in re-entry in 1971. They were returning to Earth after successfully manning Salyut 1, the first Soviet space station. The many flaws that had led to the fire from Apollo 1 meant that a complete design overhaul was required. Many people at NASA felt that the end of the decade deadline would prove unfeasible. Okay, fair. Impossible dream. Oh, okay, so that's where Bill Kaysing comes into play. Bill Kaysing worked as a technical writer for Rocketdyne, a company involved in the Apollo program. During this time, Kaysing claims NASA carried out a feasibility study which found they had only a 0.0017% chance of landing a man on the moon and returning him to Earth. Kaysing believes it was impossible for NASA to go from 0.0017 to 100% by 69. So when was that? Okay, not that important. Some people believe that Kaysing has a point. If Americans could get to the moon, wait a second. If Americans could get to the moon with 1960s technology, it would be easy for us to get to the moon today. Hey Seb, what's up? What's up, Seb? What's up? Okay. I mean that's a fair point, I guess. I'm gonna put that in our notepad though, because Kaysing believe, I think that's something that we could probably look into. So moon landing, Kaysing believes. Okay, we're gonna put that in the notes. Holy shit, you even have the tinfoil hat. Of course, I'm protecting myself. I'm also searching in incognito mode because, you know, we're never safe enough. Now the FBI cannot trace me. It is proven that when you go incognito, you are protected from everything. So if Americans could get to the moon with 60s technology, it would be easy for us to get to the moon today. Again, fair point that we can look into. we have glanced over it a little bit about the why have we not went back, lack of funding, voters against paying taxes for space program, not a priority. Funding was cut down a lot. Taxpayers used to fund a lot of research science programs back in the day. Not the case anymore. So that's something we just looked into a couple of little moments ago. Is the fact that there used to be some issues and public outreach, let's say, which I believe, because I've had this conversation literally this week, there are a lot of people, taxpayers, who are not a fan of having their tax money going to space programs because they think it's not a priority, and I believe that's true, because I literally had this conversation this week with someone who was saying that, like, you know, because we were talking about the this week's or last week's, should I say, you know, rover landing on Mars, and you know, they were saying, like, you know, like, space is cool and everything, like, sure, but like, let's try to fix problems on Earth before going to explore space. So that is that is a feeling that people hold, and and there used to be a time in history where science and research got a lot of funding from taxpayers' money, and then, you know, politically and that funding got pretty much taken away in big parts because of that. Like, it was a political choice, basically. One good reason astronauts are not going back to the moon is that unmanned devices can go easier, and astronauts have enough work to continue on the space station. There are so many experiments done in zero-G, it's insane. Yeah, there's also that. Like, if you can, instead of risking, because it is also a risk of life, and we've seen there have been people who died, you know, in space and on their way to space, and even in practice experiments. So, like, if you can avoid risking human lives and use machines instead, there's also that, right? Like, that's a fair argument to me. Rover isn't really on Mars, it's a composite image. Exactly. However, all nations have extremely difficulty putting an object into high Earth orbit. All the missions to the moon had to pass through the Van Allen radiation belts, but the only way to get through it was if you had 6 feet thick of lead covering the ship. They had none. Oh, on the Apollo 11 ship? The radiation... Okay, wait. I need to look into this. So, that'll go in the notes as well, because I want to know... Because it's easy to read that and gloss over it, but I want to know what they mean by that. Okay. By the way, if you are not on the Discord yet, please join the Discord. It is a good time. It is new. We don't have that many people yet, and I kind of want to try to build a little community over there. And you know, we share pictures, we talk about random stuff, we share horror movie suggestions, and we talk about cults and conspiracies over there. So do join for a good time. SNJ posted a photo of himself wearing a tinfoil hat in support of my stream today. So that was cool. 6 feet thick of lead, what the fuck? We have a few kilometers of air covering us, and it's enough. The radiation can pass through many things, especially the ship and space suits. Also, I found a site... Whose eye? Can I know? Because, like, Bill Casing... Anywho. Not that important. Also, I found a site that had a lot of info about the Van Allen radiation belt, and it showed a graph of the amount of radiation that was caused by the VARB around 1969. It showed that exactly 69 was the time when the amount of radiation was almost at the worst possible. Russians sent animals through, they all died, and found that it was impossible to go through and live. Okay. The Apollo mission spent about 4 hours each in the VARB, and Apollo was the only space program that had to go through the VARB, so this shows that that could never even get near the moon. I have an inkling that this is all easily explained. Stage performance. In his book, We Never Went to the Moon, Casing writes that NASA and the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, worked together on faking the Apollo 11 moon landing. An empty Saturn V rocket was launched, but fell back to Earth when it was out of the public gaze. I mean, that's a reach to me. Like, that's a reach to me. Like, how would it just fall back and literally no one would know? To me, that's hard to believe. NASA also allegedly created a lunar landscape in the Area 51. Oh my god, are we getting into Area 51 now? Whoo boy. My tinfoil hat is shaking. According to... How do you explain that nobody has ever seen the curve? Dude, I have seen the curve myself. I was on a plane, I saw the curve. And no, it was not a fisheye windowed. Because I've seen that as a comment. People saying that when you're on the plane and you see the curve, it's because it's a fisheye window. No, it's not. Meanwhile... Okay, wait, so what are you saying? NASA also allegedly created a lunar landscape in the Area 51, according to casing, moonset still there. While you're clearly paid by the government, sell out. Meanwhile, the astronauts and mission control were taking part in a meticulously staged hoax designed to fool the public and especially the Russian. Okay. Sure. Maybe. Maybe, maybe not. Into believing they had landed on the moon. Bro. That's... Oh, okay. So the motive behind... Okay, so here's the thing, right? So I understand the motive. I just don't think it's realistic. Like, I understand. Okay, we're in the Cold War. Post World War II years. Space race is at its all-time high, and we want to beat the Russians because they you know, they were basically really slapping our asses on the space race so far. John F. Kennedy is promising that we'll land a man on the moon, and we wanna gotcha. We need a win. We need something to tell the Russians that we won. You know. The space race, because Cold War, space race, Soviet Union versus United States conflict is at an all-time high. But here's the thing. There was a lot of espionage missions and a lot of, you know, infiltrators on both sides. And I find it highly unlikely that they would be able to fool not only just the Russians, but convincing everybody who's ever touched or worked on the, you know, Apollo 11 program or the Apollo program as a whole, to fool the Russians and the public into thinking that the United States won the space war. Because trust me, Russians were out to get the US. Like they were doing everything they could to ensure that they would win the space race as well. So I find it really, really, really unlikely. Like there were insider, you know, people onto the US's side. Like, you know, I mean, have you seen Man of Uncle? I'm kidding. But I mean, I find that highly unlikely. To come back on our very scientific paint conspiracy believableness scale. Okay, so at the start of the stream, so 1 being unbelievable, highly unlikely, and 10 sort of realistic, believable. I was kidding for Man of Uncle. So we started the stream with having the moon landing at 5, you know, to put it as at a neutral, you know, place. But now this is science, by the way. This is peer-reviewed scale. So now, so let's say that we have 6, 7, 8, 4, 3, 2. So now, after looking at our notes, right? And I'm not 100% done with the stream yet, but it definitely went at like 3.5 now. Like, moon landing is now at 3.5. You know, lost a couple of points with the lunar waves arguments, and as well as, like, you know, the funding issue that was a big argument to me for the moon landing conspiracy being a hoax, the moon landing being a hoax. So now we are now at 3.5. Okay. Okay, let's go back to our little trusty notepad that we're gonna put over here. Okay. Okay. Meanwhile, the astronauts and mission control, blah blah blah. Fake photographs and film. Is Man of Uncle that movie with Superman? Yeah, it is. Fake photographs and film were taking, and the astronauts returned to Earth. Dude, that song is like trippy. Taking and the astronauts returned to Earth was staged by dropping a dummy space capsule from an army plane into the ocean. Okay. Brainwashing. Ugh. Tinfoil hat. Tinfoil hat. That song made me want to do mushroom again. Casing goes on to suggest that the astronauts were brainwashed to guarantee their cooperation with the hoax. Bro. I don't think so. Another American author, Ralph Renee, also believes that the astronauts could not have made it to the moon. How did he get so much traction? I don't know. I mean, also, we have to put ourselves... Dude, that song is too intense. Thank you. I want something more calm. So, we also have to understand, this guy became popular in the 70s, right? Like, Bill Casey. And, you know, we're going back to what we were talking about last week, the 60s and the 70s were these years where the population and especially younger generations were really into that rebellious stage in history where, you know, they were going against mainstream religion, mainstream media. They were really going, you know, against authority, and they were, you know, starting, you know, cults and everything, and like homeopathy practices, and really trying to look into how to live a self-sustained life. And so we have to understand the climate also of these years. So I'm not that surprised that he got traction, because his way of like his values and the message that he was holding fitted really well with the time, like at the time, with the overall, you know, growing distrust of government, and you know, during those years, especially post-war, right, there's a lot of like public distrust of authority and government because of, you know, a lot of what happened during the various wars that happened, you know, during and after World War II. So, you know, people were leaving like mainstream religions, cults were created, people were taking, you know, drugs. Even there was a big hype around, you know, LSD and mushrooms and everything, and like people were just really into just going against what was deemed to be the norm. So Bill Casing fits right into that. And like, again, look at his books that he was doing. Like, this guy, drink water, okay. How is this website so slow? Bro, I can't. This website is the worst. So, another American author, Ralph Renee, also believes that astronauts could not have made it to the moon. In his book, NASA Mooned America, also Renee claims that the Apollo spacecraft would have needed at least an equivalent mass in lead of 2 meters of waters. Okay. We're gonna have to look into the lead thing. Because I'm not knowledgeable enough. Of 2 meters of water shielding to prevent cosmic radiation from cooking the astronauts inside. S&J, while I'm looking into that, do you want to be my side researcher and look into that claim here? If you have time. If not, it's fine. The hoax theorists have believed that when NASA realized they did not have the technology to take the man safely to the moon by the end of the 60s, they resorted to faking the lunar landings. This ensured that they would score a propaganda coup against the Soviets and keep the dollars rolling in for their funding. For funding their real space project. Bart Sibrel is a retired American filmmaker who has filmed several documentaries on the subject. Very remarkable works are a funny thing happened on the way to the moon and astronauts gone wild. David Percy, born in London, UK, is a TV producer and expert in audiovisuals technologies. Members of the Royal Photographic Society of Britain made the documentary What Happened on the Moon, where he cast doubts about the authenticity of the Apollo moon landing photographs and NASA's capability to put men on the moon and bring them back to Earth. Yeah, and I also know a doctor who's anti-vaxxer, so I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Okay, so that's Bill Casing. So Bill Casing is the father of the moon hoax theory, allegedly. I can already confirm you don't need that thick of an armor. Yeah, but why though? That's what I want to know. Because I don't know what that means. Okay, so good to know. Moon Faker, tribute to Bill Casing. Bill got me started. Okay. Okay, to come back on the moon, dude. So, where's Conspiracy YouTube? Like, fucking give me these YouTubers. Maybe we can look into. Okay, so we kind of know what. Okay, so if we come back to our notes, right? So we've pretty much. So this we know is, you know, bull crap. Like, we know this is false, so that's fine. No, this is not important, it's not relevant. Data. So this is the one that we can't really know for sure, like in the sense that, like, you know, they say that the data was lost, and also that the tapes were unfortunately reused because after they, so basically Martin Kenney is one of the guys who is a moon faker, as they say, and he was claiming that, like, you know, NASA destroyed the tapes. So it's not necessarily that they destroyed it with an ill intent that we know of. It's just that, like, so there's the tapes and the telemetry data. The tapes, they basically reused because they were used as backup in case the broadcast, you know, in TV would not work. But once the broadcast worked, they were like, well, we don't need the tapes anymore because we don't need the backup because we have the videos. Like, it's fine. So they reused the tapes for other purposes. And they were not able to research it. Like, they even funded a whole team of researchers to try and find the lost tapes and everything. So I tend to believe that. I tend to believe that, like, you know, it's just at the time there were certain procedures that, you know, nowadays we would say like, hey, we would never do that. Like, you know, we would keep all of that stuff. But at the time, you know, that's not how it worked. And like, you know, they reused the things. But I will say that, like, perhaps this is the only thing really here that we can say, like, we don't know for sure. Like, maybe they destroyed it with some type of other intents. You know, like, yeah, the tapes were worth thousands of dollars. Like, I don't believe that was true. Like, the fact that, like, they destroyed it because it was fake. I just think, like, I'm gonna give them that. Because I don't think that's, like on our side, like, let's say that I'm on the side of we landed on the moon. I don't think that, like, that's the argument we should spend the most time on, just because it's a he said, she said thing. Like, we'll just say, like, well, no, they lost it. And then they'll say, like, well, no, they destroyed it. And then that conversation is not going to go anywhere. So I'll just give them that, I guess. That goes back to the lead thing that we were talking about. So this here is what I'm mostly curious about. Like, I don't know about that much. And this we'll have to look into, I guess. So okay, and now, so that's fine. This is the one I'm still unsure. I want to look into, like, in terms of the obsolete technology that I want to look into. And this is not a real conspiracy that I've seen. It's just that, like, Panini said, or SNJ, I don't remember who. Someone said that, like, Russia would have maybe destroyed the tapes. Or Russia, sorry, in the space race would have blown the whistle on the fake moon landing. So we'll look into it. Me, for sure. So, okay, let's put that here. We won't be able to cover everything tonight, but I'm just going to say it right then. Like, I'm going to say, you know, like, based on our very scientific you know, conspiracy scale here, I'm gonna say that the moon landing happened. Okay? Okay. Let me change just the... Wait. Here. So, officially, on this stream, I am taking the bold... I am saying a bold claim. I think that the moon landing happened. Okay? How dare you? So, you know, okay, give me a quick second here, because I used to have a clap thing. Well, anywho, not important. But I'll find an applause sound. Penny fact 102, the Soviets had leverage. Yeah, for sure. Okay. So, let's just close that thing here. So now that's my take. I want to go back into moon landing conspiracy debunk. I mean, I guess we can look at this global news thing.
Ever since Neil Armstrong first set foot on the moon, the conspiracy theories began.
Everybody loves a conspiracy.
That's Paul Delaney, astronomer and senior lecturer at York University.
Can you effectively generate that type of illusion today? The answer is probably yes. But back in 1969, 70, 71, the answer is no.
Conspiracy number 1. How is the flag waving in no atmosphere? NASA knew image was everything, and if it wanted to secure more government funding, the public needed to be impressed.
A flag standing on the surface of the moon, which is limp, isn't nearly as good a photo op.
They made it look like it was waving in the wind by installing a horizontal rod on top of the flag. However, the astronauts were unable to extend the entire way, giving it that waving effect. Conspiracy number 2. Why aren't there any stars in the photos? A limited exposure range is the reason why we can't see.
Oh yeah, and by the way, to come back to this, like they didn't show the photo, but I'll show you the photo. Like it's very easy to see. Moon landing flag. Like, if you open the photo, like, you see very clearly, like, there is a rod there. Like, I don't even know why that was a conspiracy to believe with, to begin with. Like, we clearly see the rod. Am I wrong? Like, it's very clearly there. You know? You know what I mean?
NASA knew image was everything, and if it wanted to secure more government funding, the public needed to be impressed.
A flag standing on the surface of the moon, which is limp, isn't nearly as good a
reason why we can't see stars in any of the Apollo photos, unlike our stars in the photos.
Oh, okay.
A limited exposure range is the reason why we can't see stars in any of the Apollo photos. Unlike our eyes, cameras can take in only a certain amount of light. If the exposure is too high, everything will look too bright. Too low, everything will look too dark.
The sun was shining on them. They were reflecting brightly. The surface was reflecting brightly. Stars on Earth, let alone the moon, it's the same brightness. They're relatively faint.
Conspiracy number 3. The shadows are wrong. Conspiracy theorists point out that since the sun is the only light source on the moon, shadow angles should be consistent. However, when sunlight hits the surface of the moon, some of it bounces off, meaning the moon itself becomes a reflective light source. Professional photographers refer to this as a film. That's why an astronaut in the lunar module's shadow isn't completely shrouded in black. The moon's light is softening the shadow. Conspiracy number 4. Why
That's
did
interesting.
the astronauts die from radiation exposure? The spacecraft's hull shielded the astronauts.
Ooh, okay, that's what we were talking about, S and J. So, good.
Conspiracy number 4. Why didn't the astronauts die from radiation exposure? The spacecraft's hull shielded the astronauts from being exposed to lethal radiation while traveling through the Van Allen belts, layers in Earth's magnetic field that trap solar wind particles, creating high levels of radiation. Once cleared, they were exposed to natural background radiation.
You certainly wouldn't want the astronauts on the surface of the moon in their spacesuits for days on end, but for the hours that we're talking about on the lunar surface, the radiation environment is comparable to the radiation environment we have here.
Conspiracy number 5. Who filmed Neil Armstrong stepping on the moon?
Are we going to send people to the moon to stand on the moon and not have a camera strapped to the outside of the lunar module?
NASA put cameras on every piece of the Apollo spacecraft. That's why we have stunning images like this, and this.
I love those images. It's so cool to see.
Missed the photo opportunity of a century of history.
Thank you,
We're
Paul.
still skeptical. Several photos of the moon's surface have been taken over the decades, showing Apollo lunar module exactly where Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin parked it 50 years ago.
The notion that a conspiracy of the magnitude that's required, needing tens of thousands of people to stay quiet about it for decades, again, you know, the US government can't keep a secret for more than a few hours, generally speaking, let alone for decades.
Thank you, Paul. Oops, I did not want to click on that. Thank you, Paul. So I think that we can effectively say, people, that the moon landing happened, right? And to come back to our very scientific thing here, so we started the stream with our moon landing being in the middle out of 5, and then it lowered to a 3.5, and now we are effectively putting the moon landing at just 1 dash over flat Earth theory. So today on this stream, we have officially debunked the moon landing theory. We can officially, use this as the ultimate truth and resource as to why we did land on the moon. This is officially, the only and most believable resource on the internet. This stream. I'm stating as 7. You're staying at 7 for the moon landing being being fake. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it, you guys. There were a couple of things, like if we go back, okay, just to be fair, let me just open back the notes. Okay, so if we go back here, right? So on the notes, I was wondering about this genuinely. However, we now know that this, claim is not relevant. It's not, it's fine. And this, by ricochet as well. And this, we know. I'm gonna eat my chicken bites from Pizza and keep thinking you are bought by the FBI or CIA. I mean, we will never know. We will never know. And we know that this, I'm gonna put I don't know what to put as a confirmed. Like, we'll just leave them as that. This claim, I mean, that's not really an argument. It's just whatever. So we don't necessarily need that. I guess this goes with the first point. So we'll give them that, just because, we do have an explanation for it. It's just that, like, it's not the strongest argument that we have. So we'll just leave it at that. This, we're good. I mean, I think that's a highly probable argument. I think that's completely fair. And yeah, Russians had all the good reasons to, blow the whistle on the whole thing. I mean, absolutely. And if they would have thought that, the moon landing was fake, they would have destroyed the US, to say, like, hey, they lied. Like, we won the space race. Like, fuck you all. You know what I mean? So it is what it is, folks. You heard it here. Conspiracy solved. Conspiracy solved. The moon landing happened. But I do invite you to do your own research. I mean, I'm not in any capacity, any figure of authority on the subject. I'm just a random person from Montreal. But I will recommend to you to read this book called Conspiracies of Conspiracy by Thomas Milankonda. It's a really good book. He goes into a lot of the conspiracies, actually, and talking about basically the mindset of conspiracy in America, where it comes from. And it is a really good book overall. Honestly, like, it's really good. And just to give you a couple of ideas of, like, what they actually talk about in this. So, the table of contents, so the invention. So they cover the invention of conspiracy theory, the French Revolution, and the Bavarian Illuminati. So they go over the Illuminati. Conspiracism takes shape in the United States. Preconditions for modern conspiracism. So here we see, everything related to the Jewish related conspiracies, Aryan occultism, and again, international Jewish conspiracies and secret governments, emergence of the hidden hand, the rise and fall of the hidden hand, from neo-Nazism to white supremacy, conspiracism, New World Order, conspiracy of personal destruction, the planners take over, the Penn ideological conspiracy theories, Christian identity and the white race, the government against us, and the attack on science, conspiracism enters mainstream media. So, he really goes really, really deep into the whys of conspiracies, more like, because there's a lot of books and there's a lot of content and there's a lot of material that you can find about what the conspiracies are and what are the claims and everything like that, and the arguments for them. But not a lot of material is available as to why these conspiracies exist and are going strong still to this day. And he explains really well why this happens. So I definitely recommend this book, 100%. If you want to learn more about the moon landing conspiracy in itself, I mean, I guess go check out Bill Kaysing's a book called, just to be fair here, he wrote the book called We Never Went to the Moon, America's $30 billion hoax. Is that the name? Okay, so this is the book. I mean, if you want to... Oh, wait. This is hiding the screen. If you want to learn more about the actual hoax claims, this is the book that you should read because it is the father of the hoax, the moon landing hoax. So We Never Went to the Moon, America's $30 billion swindle by Bill Kaysing. If you're interested to know more, go ahead. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, folks. We are here. We're pretty much done. I mean, I will remove officially my trusty tinfoil hat because we do not need protection anymore. We do not need our protection. So I will leave you on that tonight, folks. I love you. I will see you tomorrow for some, I believe some Planet Zoo or something. I'm going to do the schedule tomorrow during the day and let you know basically what I will do this week. I'm going to be live tomorrow, Wednesday, and Friday, as well as next Sunday. Next Sunday, we're going to be looking into realism, which is probably going to make SNJ pretty happy. So do not miss next Cultify Sundayz next Sunday at 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. And in the meantime, have great dreams. I will see you tomorrow. Have a good Monday, and I love you, and you're sexy. And don't forget to join our Discord. Here it is. Join our Discord for some good fun. It is a small community still, but I would love to build something nice. Thank you for 400 follows. We are now at 401 follows. I'm super excited about that. This was a great stream. Honestly, I had a ton of fun. I hope that you had a ton of fun as well. And I am really happy about how these Cultify Sundayz streams are doing. Honestly, like, it's a pretty niche like part of Twitch, honestly, but I just enjoy it. I mean, I'm looking into that stuff anyway, so might as well share that with you, right? So if you have suggestions as to what you would like us to, I'm saying us as if I'm like with a team of people. If you would want me to cover another subject in another Cultify Sundayz, do go on the Discord and suggest ideas. I'm open if you have any sort of like myth or conspiracy or cult that you want me to cover. I would be happy to do so. But in the meantime, I will go to bed. I love you. Do hang around just so that I can host somebody. Let me just see who's live right now. Let me just see who is live. Okay. Oh, wait, I'm still in incognito mode. We don't want that. We do not want that. Okay, who's live? That's interesting. Make Around is live. We have George, who's live. Gary Witta is live. Let's do Mikiran. Let's do Mikiran. Okay, go give some love to Mikiran. I'll keep the hat for the night just in case. Awesome. Love you guys. I love you. See you tomorrow and have great dreams and a good sleep and bye-bye.